Ok.
Allô?
Ok. Démarrer. Samuel, admettre. Yes. Bonjour Alexandre. Ah voilà, on t'entend pas, mais ça va arriver.
Ah, les bonjour.
Bonjour. Alors attends, je te donne déjà l'autorisation de partager. Et puis il y avait Rabbit qui était là,
Oui, voilà, il est là. Si tu peux le laisser rentrer.
mais là je le vois pas. Est-ce qu'il peut se reconnecter si tu es en contact avec lui?
Ouais.
Participant. Attends, participant. Je ne le vois pas directement là. Je l'ai vu
Je-
avant.
Il me disait qu'il était dans la salle d'attente, en fait.
Ouais, mais euh, il est parti. Enfin, je ne sais pas où il est. On va attendre 2 minutes.
Ouais, ouais.
Votre présentation est en français, en anglais?
C'est
Le
en
voilà.
anglais.
Ok, super.
Ah, ben voilà, il est là.
Le voilà. Tout
Attends,
le monde
je vais déjà essayer de partager mon écran.
essaye, hein.
Screen to. Est-ce que tu le vois?
Oui, ça va bien. Je vérifie que ce soit en. Attends. Euh... Si je sors. Ah oui, c'est bon.
C'est bon?
Ça a l'air de jouer. En tout cas, sur Twitch, c'est bon. On dirait. 30 secondes. Attends, je profite pour me moucher. C'est un peu élégant.
I'm curious. Are you here? Can you hear us?
Yes. En tout cas, c'est bon
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, ok, cool.
sur le Twitch, c'est ton écran. Et je pense sur le YouTube aussi.
Ah, attends,
Euh,
j'arrive à-
attends, 30 secondes. YouTube, c'est ça. En direct. Ouais, c'est tout bon avec machination. Alors, je retourne sur Zoom et je fais une petite note d'introduction.
Mhm.
Okay, so second party of the Monday, the first day of the talks, and we are now with Machination with Alexander and Curious Rabbit, and maybe to introduce Machination, Machination is a tool for a game designer, and it's an amazing tool, I must say. I wish I have time to use it. But I find it really amazing it helps you to test your mechanics and the infrastructure of the game and the mechanics of the game and see where there is flows in your games and adjust it. And also, it helps to map economical exchange of in the game. And maybe tomorrow, but we already tackled this issue, is games as models and modelization, and machination is really these tools to modelize and see the game as a system. And so maybe you can present.
Yes. So thanks a lot for the invitation. And yes, I would quickly present myself. So I'm Alex. I'm the community manager at Machination, and today I'm with one of our member and friend, and I'm happy that we can present this together. So I'm with Curious Rabbit, who is also head of tokenomics at HLV. And I will start by introducing, you did it already brilliantly, but yeah, I will start by introducing what is Machination exactly. So Machination is a game design tool that is used for predicting complex and chaotic systems. And yeah, what better ones than games? So it's used by game developer to model and simulate game systems and mechanic. It was studied by our co-founder, that is Joris Dormand, that you can see in the picture. So it was thought or developed 11 years ago at the University of Amsterdam. Maybe some people knows the book that you can see on the screen, that is Game Mechanic, Advanced Game Design, that is co-authored also by Joris Dormand. And Joris Dormand came up with the first Flash prototype that we later developed or redeveloped and adapt as a web browser tool. What is machination exactly? So machination is a visual language made up of 11 elements, nodes and connection. And the tool allows you to model your game system and mechanics. And the beauty of the tool is that when I hit play, the model comes to life and it's simulating player emergence. And every single step in this model is a dice rolled for what a player actually would do. And I would say, the superpower of the tool is that if you hit predict, the tool does a Monte Carlo simulation, and it's simulating millions of player journeys in a few minutes. And you can really get the full spread of what's about to happen within your game. A quick disclaimer is that the tool, was intended for game design, but the tool is actually a Turing complete language, so you can really model any system that you can think of. Okay. So the tool is now used by about 50,000 users. We are actually by the largest game design community of the planet. So you can see some of our reference. And when I say communities, because on our website, people can create their profile, make it public, and they can share the creation and diagram with everybody. The tool is also present in 700 academic institutions around the world, and is actually taught in more than 120 institutions. Now about system thinking, because that's the topics of today. So I wanted to start by saying that just like the bourgeois gentilhomme, who has been speaking prose without knowing it, the funny thing about Machination users is that they have been practicing system thinking without knowing it. Because indeed, Machination was conceived and developed with a profound understanding of the system thinking principle at its core, in the sense that the tool really forces our user to embrace a broader perspective of their system, to look at how their system are interacting together, connecting together. And the tool really forces the user to abstract their game system and to look at the feedback loop and really to work on an holistic analysis of their system. And today we are trying or presenting you, a framework for game designer, to use actually the game system principle to better work on modeling complexity within machination. So I will start with a very, very quick introduction to system thinking. And I'm saying a very quick introduction because if you want to know more, I really invite you to, for instance, look at the material that is published by the System Dynamic Societies. But here, I will really just work on a quick introduction of systems thinking. Starting with the first principle that tells us that our world is a collection of systems. So if you will look around us, you can see that everything is system, and all the systems work together towards a common goal. The second principle tells us that systems are made up of systems. And here I took as an example a system that we all know, that is our body. And the second principle really highlight the fact that the layered and nested nature of system within larger system. And yeah, if we look at the body, it's particularly evident that our body is made up of all the systems. The third principle tells us that subsystems work together to create a larger system. And in this example, we look at all the different systems in our body work together to perform this action of running, and all each systems contribute uniquely to this overall action. Yeah, for example, yeah, the muscular system here, the muscle they contract and relax to coordinate and create the movement of running. The skeletal system, the bone provide the structure that are necessary for the movement. The respiratory system, when you run, the respiratory system increase the body demand for oxygen, etc., etc. So in that sense, applied to game design now, your game is really a big system made up of a bunch of subsystems. So from the hardware system, that defines the server capabilities and graphic to other systems, and all those systems, they really come together to create your game. And the fourth principle here says that the structure of a system creates the behavior of the system. So in our example, again, if you look at, all the joint of our skeleton, they create the rules that will define the range of motion of our body. And this is maybe the most important point here, is that the idea that the system behavior is caused by its structure puts you in the driver's seat of the system you are building. And again, applied to game design, this approach tells us that the reason, the player in your games are rule-beating, it's not because they are inherently bad, but it's because of the structure of your game. And again, yeah, this idea really empowers game designer. It really tells you are in the driver's seat and you have power over your game. And when you model something in machination, if you notice that something is breaking down, it's probably because some variable they are outside of sustainable bounds, etc. And now I will hand over to Curious, who will explain to you the framework applied to game design.
Cool. Thanks, Alex. Do you want me to share my screen, or do you want to go through it?
No, I can skip for you. I can skip the slides. Just tell me.
Okay, cool. Well, actually, I'll share my screen because I want to get to the article as well.
So
I'll have to show that again.
Yeah.
Okay, can everybody see it?
We do.
So this is a model about how to model. And like every model, it's a simplification, right? So we're abstracting away a bunch of detail to present you with a framework that is simple enough to apply, right? And that we can kind of share in a short period of time. So let's jump in. So why do we model? We model because we have questions that we want to answer. And so we create models in order to answer those questions. Here we're framing it as what if questions. What if all of the players decide to do X strategy? What happens in my game? That's one of the ways that we can use our model. But the main point here is we have questions and we want to answer them. Now, the first step in our framework is to gather information. We want to first understand the questions that we want to answer, and that really defines the model's purpose, the reason that we're building this model. We then want to look at all of the different subsystems that make up this larger system. So if we were modeling the human body and we wanted to model, let's say, just the nervous system, well, the nervous system is filled with a bunch of smaller subsystems. There's ganglia and neurons and chemical signals and electrical signals. And so you want to start to lay out the framework of the components that make up your larger system. Then we want to define what are the different KPIs that we hope to measure that will answer our questions. And this is super important because there's this principle in systems thinking called seeking the wrong goal. So at this point, if we optimize our model for the wrong KPI, we're not going to get what we hope to get. So defining the right KPI is a super important part. Oops, sorry. Now, so you've gathered this information. Now, the next step is really alignment with the rest of your team, your client, or whatever it is. You start by building the simplest model you think of to get started. And then, well, sorry, let me take a step back here. The high-level model, purpose of the high-level model is just to get alignment between you and the rest of the stakeholders involved in the project of what are all the subsystems that you want to model. So you labeled them here, you then model them kind of superficially here in the high level model. And the way that you model it is you build the simplest version, you make sure that this fulfills the purpose of the high level model. If it doesn't, you add another feature and then you test it. And once it fulfills the purpose of the high level model, then that's good. Then you can move on. Once you have the high-level model, ideally, you've defined all of the subsystems in your high-level model. You're like, okay, I'm modeling the economy, and part of the economy is the rewards I'm giving users, how often users are playing, how often they're claiming their boxes, blah, blah, blah. So you modeled all of these subsystems that are impacting the core questions that you want to answer. And when you model them, you take it in the same way as you build the simplest version of the subsystem. You say, does this subsystem fulfill the purpose I need it to fulfill? If it doesn't fulfill that purpose, you add another feature. You then ask you, okay, is it complete now? And so rather than starting and trying to lay out a whole bunch of complexity in the beginning, you actually try to start with the simplest model to begin with. You add layer and layer of complexity until you achieve what you think is good enough. Because at the end of the day, you're not looking for perfection here, because you're never going to get perfection because you're not modeling to accurately predict the future. You're modeling to try to understand what will happen in certain circumstances. And the more complexity you add to your subsystems, oftentimes it leads to more assumptions, which will lead to your results being less and less accurate to begin with. So you start simple, you add feature after feature until you arrive at something that you think fulfills the purpose. So what we do is we end up connecting all of our subsystems into what I call a single user model. And this single user model is going to take the behavior of a single user, it's going to push their behavior through all of these subsystems, and at the other end, we're going to get the KPI that we're looking for. Now, I'm going to show you all of this applied. This is like a run through, it's like a table of contents overview. So I'll keep moving faster. So from this single user model, we start to define the behavior of multiple users. So we built the high level model. We then identified the subsystems and we built them out in greater detail to the extent that we think is good enough. We then applied one user group's behavior to this model. We see that it worked, And then we start to define our other user groups and their behavior in the model. Now, one of the things that you're going to notice in modeling here is the feedback loops. Now, there are two important feedback loops that I guess are covered in systems thinking, and that's the reinforcing feedback loop and the balancing feedback loop. And really, they work together to create a sustainable system. At the end of this all, once we've modeled a number of different user groups' behavior using our single user model and multiple user model, we then put this into one complete model where we take kind of the input from our user group model into a full economy model that will then say, well, this was the total reward emission, or this was the total KPI from the behavior of all of these user groups. Now, let's take a quick look at this in action. Now, for those that want to go deeper into this, we wrote a pretty great, I mean, I love this article that we wrote on it that goes into more detail. And this is kind of the article applied. I'm still sharing. You guys can see the article clearly? Cool.
Yes.
So Segment is a Web3 platform that is doing some cool stuff in the space. But let's just go through the framework. So the first question, or the first part of the framework, was defining the question. What are we trying to answer here? So here we're trying to answer how much XP should be rewarded and how much XP should be required for leveling. We then went on to define all of the subsystems that are involved in this XP system. So Alexandre earlier mentioned that all these subsystems come together to fulfill the goal of a larger system. So the larger system in this case is the XP system, and these are all the subsystems working in tandem to help create this XP system. We then defined that the KPIs we wanted to measure the XP earned by each user, and we wanted to understand through what actions are they earning this XP. Now in Machinations, they have something called a step. And so particularly in Machinations, because it's just a discrete modeling tool and it shows you how things progress step by step, you actually need to define, well, how long does one step equal to? In our model here, one step equals 1 day. So we created this, like, you know, really, I even consider this like a half-ass high-level model because I knew what I wanted to build, but I wanted to show the framework and process. But it really just shows different subcomponents. Different subcomponents working in tandem to create how much a specific user might generate in total over X period of time, right? And this is the high-level model. This is like, I built this, I go back to my team, hey guys, oh, do we all agree that these are the elements that we want to model? Great. So I then start to define the user group for my first single user model. So I have a number of assumptions that I made. I have the actions that they're going to take. I have their baseline probabilities, and I have some of the quantitative numbers associated with those actions. And this is for a player that I'm calling the perfect player. And the perfect player is defined as somebody that logs in every day to use this platform. So now that I had this persona mapped out, well, it was time to build the single user model. I actually already had it open here. Now you can see that the single user model is quite a bit more complex and in-depth. Because I'm not logged in, you can't see all of it, but you'll see that now all of these subsystems have been laid out as simply as I thought was appropriate to start to provide a level of data that I thought was useful to help answer my questions, right? So all of these are like a subsystem. Now you'll notice, and I'm going to jump ahead here in the article, you'll notice that I made a mistake. I went too complex at some point, right? I started to define all of the actions that a user could take, and I gave them quantitative values, and I realized that I could actually simplify this whole model. that this complexity at the bottom increased the number of assumptions to an extent that I felt reduced the overall accuracy. So that is honestly one of the great tools of machinations, is it helps you abstract away things that are and aren't important. So we had the single user model, as we saw, and now we move to a multi-user model. So we defined a second user here, and we defined, okay, well, here's a weekly user, somebody that logs in weekly. And we changed the baseline probabilities and the things accordingly, and we built another model. In this case, what we did is we copy pasted the model, and then we changed all of the variables appropriately to reflect that. So here I kind of like to do this thing I call a control panel, which is like one place I know that I can go to change most of the variables that I know I need to change from user to user. And then what I did is, I mean, to one extent is I compared the total XP that's generated here and the total XP that was generated in this player. And I was able to start to map some of the differences and start to define the amount of leveling that I want, the amount of XP that I want to require users to have between each level, based on some other guidelines, like how long I want them to take to reach a level. But that's actually in part 2. To just go over what's left in part 1 in this article is, by modeling in machinations, I was actually able to see some places where my initial assumptions fell short, right? So achievements, sorry, this is bright yellow, so it's hard to see, but achievements are something that's rewarded monthly to users. I want this to be a big, juicy feeling sensation reward. And I was able to see that actually after 2 years, because this was just modeled over 2 years, users only earned 116,000. And from the daily chest, they earned about 400,000. I was like, you know, that's, if I have a user that's going to be earning achievements every month, I want those achievements to be larger. So I was able to fix that problem and increase the amount of achievements that I was rewarding the perfect player with. So these are the kind of optimization things that Machinations helps me with. Now, I know we're running out of time, so I'll just wrap this up. Now, boosts. Boosts are actually a reinforcing feedback loop within my system. Because as a user earns more XP and they level up, they then earn even more XP because they're given a boost that increases the amount of XP they earn with each level. And so this reinforcing feedback loop is something that could lead my players to level up much faster than I originally wanted them to. So this is something that I need to balance, and it's something that I plan to do in part 2 of the article. So this is one part of the framework in action, with part 2 coming. I'll stop there for now because I think we might be running out of time. But are there any questions or thoughts, or where would you guys like to take it from here?
Yeah. Thank you very much, both of you, for this presentation. And I think with this presentation, we're going deep in this idea of the game as a pharmacon, at the same time the poison and the remedy, because we see this the power of the modelization. And I think I will try to do one question or two if we have time, but as you say, we are running out. But also it's question, what are the economic models beyond, not in the economic models in the games, but beyond the games, and who decide, because we also realize that games are tools, powerful tools for dopamining, as some say, that mine the dopamine and get your attention and get you hooks on behavior and repeating behavior. So I think it's open this question of the economics of the models, and who decide the purpose of the assumption of the model, and also we speak a little bit about DAO, and we see in the exhibition with work by Joshua Citarella that games, online games, are also a place where people meet and do other activity. Or tomorrow we will see a moving castle where they do on-chain games with Web3 to reclaim also autonomy of the world they're creating and of the time they're spending on the game. And yeah, there is no question in what I'm saying. Maybe I'm just reflecting or give you some feedback, but the emergency does the mapping or the modeling with the assumption in the beginning allow the model to show emergent behavior, and how will it deal with behavior that will work against the game purpose, but just to have a space of meeting friends and find another or define another economics of the use of the game.
So emergent behavior is an interesting topic because, it arises out of complex it arises out of interconnections between different subsystems, right? And the way that the different subsystems affect one another. And so to some degree, you can see the way different subsystems affect one another when you're modeling in machinations. And that's where what if questions really come in handy, where you actually start to try to break your system and see what kind of effects arise from that. Apart from that, I think machinations also shines when you start to input live data. And because so you initially create your model before the game launches or the platform launches, so you need to work off of assumptions or historical data from relevant related sources. But once the game launches, you can then start to input data from your platform into the game and extrapolate, well, what happens if this accelerates on the same kind of trend? Like what happens if the same behavior exponentially increases over the next 1 year? What kind of emergent behavior do I see? So I definitely think it's relevant there. It does involve work, right? It involves data analysis and leveraging the data that you have and trying to derive insights from it. But yeah.
Okay. Thank you for this answer. And the other one, maybe we leave open. I just check our schedule to see. I see that tu veux ajouter quelque chose, Samuel?
No, I want to thank you for this presentation. We could have done this in French. Maybe we don't have questions in the chats, but we missed some before in the previous session.
Thanks a lot for the invitation anyway. And yeah, if there is any question, don't hesitate to, we're not showing anything anymore, but don't hesitate to ping us on social media. So you can check machinations.io and Twitter account machinations.io. And yeah, so don't hesitate to ping us there, and we'll be happy to answer any question there is. Yeah, exactly. Here you can see how to contact us.
Yeah, thank you very much. There is feedback in the room.
It's maybe. But thanks again. And
but if our next guest from Tessa Collective, which are game makers, are not there, No,
it's Tessa, unfortunately.
Okay.
They couldn't make it because of the vacation.
Okay, so next time.
So
next is Anna?
No, it's Fem.
Okay.
Fem from D20.
PHM. All right.
PHM. PHM. I don't know if you are here. There is a lot of feedback.
I don't know what I can. All right, we just had like the noise of the universe or some sort. Extreme. Okay. Sent. You can unmute yourself, I think.
It's very.
There is an issue. So when you unmute yourself, we are hearing like a
White noise. Yeah, maybe
But you can hear us.
Right, but you're talking. So maybe if you get out of the Zoom and come back, we will hopefully it will be better. We try.
C'est dû à quoi? C'est possible que c'est parce que c'est moi l'animateur là?
Non, c'est moi.
Est-ce que parce que tu as ouvert les autres
Non, c'est dans son film quelque chose. Oui.
C'est pas parce que tu as ouvert YouTube et Twitch en même temps sur ton truc?
Non, c'était comme ça. Je pense que on va voir.
Bonjour Anna aussi.
On a un quart d'heure de retard.
On a un peu de retard, ouais.
Vous allez bien?
Bien, et vous? On vous a pas soumis les questions.
Ça va? Non, mais bon, je pense que ça va un peu recouper ce qu'on a déjà échangé, déjà
Oui.
dit, non?
Mhm. Vous avez une présentation définie ou on fait plus
Ah
de
non, parce que
conversation?
je savais pas les questions et j'ai pas eu de réponse. Donc,
Oui. Non, pour nous,
donc
c'est
j'ai
mieux de
j'ai
vous
pas de
avoir.
présentation. Donc, je vais juste, voilà, introduire un peu la problématique telle que je l'avais abordée dans les livres.
Très
Et
bien,
ensuite, on va dialoguer, on va échanger, voilà, un peu comme
c'est
la
parfait.
dernière.
Parce que peut-être notre public n'est pas familier non plus avec ce livre, parce que
Oui,
c'est
voilà.
quand même assez. Il n'est pas encore traduit d'ailleurs, le
Non,
jeu d'induction, non?
non,
Mais il y a eu
non.
des articles en anglais quand même.
Oui,
Mhm. Bon, on présentera ça.
Bon, c'est les aléas du Zoom, on dirait.
Du direct.
PHM, je ne sais pas si.
donc on va commencer à 17h15 ou on anticipe?
Alors, on avait dit 17h15 avec vous, Anna.
Oui, c'était ça dans les programmes après.
17h15, ouais. Alors, on a un peu de retard. Alors, peut-être ce qu'on pourrait faire, c'est. J'envoie. Ah, je m'excuse, j'ai de l'écho. Samuel, éteins-toi ton micro.
En micro, d'accord.
Merci. Juste. Alors, ce que je propose, c'est comme de toute façon, on a un problème technique avec la présentation de D20, on switch et comme vous êtes là, Anna Longo,
D'accord.
on démarre avec un quart d'heure de retard, en sachant que ça correspond peut-être à 20 minutes, 15 minutes d'avance, en sachant que c'est 20 minutes de retard sur le planning général. Et comme ça, peut-être ça donne le temps à Femme de revenir après et de résoudre son problème technique. Donc, Samuel, tu fais la présentation volontiers. Alors, j'enlève mon micro cette fois-ci.
Donc, je commence là maintenant. OK. Donc voilà. J'ai.
Non, Anna, je voulais juste vous présenter avant, j'avais mon micro qui
Oui.
était désactivé. Pardon.
OK.
Non, pour dire que vous êtes philosophe, que vous êtes directrice de programme au Collège international de philosophie à Paris, que vous avez beaucoup approché les artistes et la question de l'art déjà avec votre thèse, Répétition et simulacre, l'art contemporain entre métaphysique et immanence en 2012. Vous avez enseigné à l'école d'art de la Sorbonne, à Cole Arts, à Los Angeles. Et nous, on vous a approché pour un livre que vous avez écrit, mais dont il y a eu aussi des variations à travers des articles, et puis notamment avec, pour un catalogue ou une publication zut, maintenant j'oublie. Non, mais le livre s'appelle Le jeu d'induction, automatisation de la connaissance et réflexion philosophique aux éditions Mimesis, paru en mai 2022. Donc, vos recherches portent sur l'histoire et les limites de systèmes de production d'informations automatisés. Et j'essaie de retrouver l'ouvrage que j'ai oublié, c'est The Unmanned. Euh, un peu de pub pour, voilà, The Unmanned, et je sais plus comment s'appelle votre article, pardon, dedans, mais c'était donc un livre sur ce duo d'artistes, Fabien Giraud et Raphaël Siboni, et qui tournait autour de cette notion de jeu qu'on aimerait vous voir un peu expliciter. Voilà, je vous laisse la parole. Peut-être on aura l'occasion de revenir aussi sur
Oui, voilà. Ensuite, moi, je fais une petite
passages après.
introduction, un peu, voilà, de comment, quel était l'objectif de mon travail, pourquoi je l'ai fait. Voilà. Et ensuite, l'idée, c'est, voilà, donner juste des informations qui sont nécessaires pour prolonger la discussion, pour échanger. Et voilà, quoi. Donc, pour avoir une petite base, non, descriptive de ce qui est mon travail. Donc, voilà. Donc, merci d'abord pour cette invitation. Ça me fait plaisir d'avoir cette occasion de discuter un peu de cet ouvrage et aussi, voilà, des implications de jeu aujourd'hui. Parce que c'est quelque chose qui est, voilà, très, très contemporain, très pertinent, très important. Et je pense aussi qu'il y a des enjeux stratégiques aussi de résistance contre les stratégies qui sont des stratégies non officielles, notamment du système économique. Donc, effectivement, ma recherche avait débuté parce que je me suis rendu compte à un certain moment que les domaines de la production des connaissances avaient été automatisés et à travers ces technologies d'information. Et donc, je me suis posé la question de comprendre non, comment on peut automatiser la production des connaissances, non? Qu'est-ce que cela veut dire, comment, non, et surtout, qu'est-ce que cela fait à la notion de connaissance? Cette automatisation, est-ce que c'est la même idée des connaissances ou est-ce que quelque chose a changé? Et donc, l'idée, c'est bon, effectivement, il faudrait faire la distinction entre ce qui est de l'information et ce qui est de la connaissance. Et l'idée, c'était aussi de comprendre de cette façon où la production des connaissances qui reste une production de l'apanage de la philosophie, mais aussi de l'esthétique, des arts, quel devient son rôle? Qu'est-ce que cela devient? Est-ce que cela devient aussi une production d'informations, des connaissances automatisables, où il y a un domaine qui reste celui spécifique d'une production philosophique ou d'une production artistique? Est-ce que on peut réduire tout ça en production d'informations ou est-ce que c'est irréductible? Donc voilà, je me posais voilà toutes ces questions. Et donc, j'ai essayé voilà, de comprendre d'abord comment on a dû modifier, transformer la notion des connaissances pour la rendre automatisable. Donc, je me suis occupée du paradigme inductif. Donc, c'est pour ça que c'est les jeux de l'induction. Donc, c'est les paradigmes inductifs non, que j'ai interrogés. Que c'est voilà, les paradigmes que depuis David Hume, la révolution scientifique, les paradigmes qui permettent de produire de la connaissance scientifique. Et avec voilà, ce qui sont les limites non, de l'induction, c'est-à-dire que l'induction est un raisonnement qui va du particulier au général. Donc, il faut analyser des cas, des cas qu'on repère par l'expérience. Et ensuite, il s'agit de généraliser. Et par exemple, j'observe les corbeaux dans le monde et chaque fois que je rencontre un corbeau, il est noir. Donc, ma généralisation est tous les corbeaux sont noirs. Et donc, je peux dire, bon, cette affirmation est vraie. Non, l'expérience m'apprend que c'est vrai. Les problèmes avec la méthode inductive est qu'on n'a jamais une certitude absolue. On n'a jamais une certitude absolue parce qu'effectivement, il faudrait vérifier tous les cas et on n'arrivera jamais à tous les vérifier. Et c'est la même chose, voilà, pour les lois de la physique ou pour ce qui sont les régularités qu'on observe dans la nature. Donc, on peut effectivement observer des régularités, ce qui concerne par exemple les mouvements des planètes ou ce qui concerne des lois comme la gravité. Chaque fois que j'ai un objet, ça tombe vers le bas. Non, donc je peux analyser, non, je peux faire des expériences. Donc, il y a beaucoup de cas dans le passé qui vérifient cette loi, mais je suis incapable, au point de vue inductif, de prouver la nécessité de ces lois. Donc, effectivement, il n'y a pas l'exclusion du fait que ça pourrait changer, parce que c'est pas une explication. Non, c'est plutôt une généralisation à partir de ce qui est l'expérience. Voilà, donc ce qui a beaucoup modifié ces paradigmes inductifs, qui était bon, ça marchait, hein, ça marchait, mais avec une complexification des objets, c'est-à-dire c'est assez simple vérifier la question pour des systèmes comme les systèmes solaires, donc les mouvements des planètes. C'est beaucoup plus compliqué lorsque on s'occupe d'autres types de systèmes, comme des systèmes biologiques, des systèmes écologiques ou des systèmes thermodynamiques. Notamment, toute la question a commencé à se poser lorsqu'on on a analysé les systèmes des gaz, donc composés par plein de particules. Donc, effectivement, dans ces cas-là, on ne peut que faire des statistiques. Parce qu'on ne peut pas contrôler, effectivement, vérifier quels sont les rapports, quelles sont les interactions précises entre ces molécules. Donc, c'est la physique statistique qui démarre. Avec la physique statistique, ce qui s'impose est la nécessité d'un raisonnement probabiliste. Les raisonnements probabilistes, bon, ça existait avant, mais on ne l'utilisait pas. On ne l'utilisait pas parce que, voilà, il n'y avait pas un développement mathématique assez poussé. On avait un peu l'idée, voilà, d'une certain déterminisme. Donc, on se disait, bon, c'est pas en statistique, c'est pas en probabilité. On cherche les lois non, qui ne sont pas probables, mais on cherche plutôt la certitude. À un certain moment, ce qui est devenu nécessaire, c'était de calculer la probabilité. Donc, au niveau des statistiques, c'était calculer la probabilité des états d'un système. Ce qui permet aussi une autre chose qui est très importante, c'est-à-dire de mesurer les degrés de certitude ou d'incertitude d'une théorie. Donc, on a d'abord une statistique qui concerne la probabilité de trouver un système dans un certain état, comme par exemple les gaz, non, de trouver les systèmes à l'équilibre, par exemple. Donc, c'est plus probable que les systèmes aillent vers une situation d'équilibre, donc d'homogénéisation, c'est un peu la notion d'entropie aussi. L'autre question est d'évaluer la probabilité de la théorie elle-même. Donc, on a dit les théories inductives ne sont pas certaines. Mais est-ce qu'il faut juste voilà, dire, bon, elles ne sont pas certaines? Ou est-ce qu'on peut effectivement mesurer quelles sont les théories qui ont plus de certitudes et celles qui ont moins de certitudes? Donc, les calculs des probabilités qui m'intéressent, qui est les raisonnements bayésiens, s'occupent effectivement de mesurer d'une façon objective, probabiliste, la probabilité de la vérité d'une théorie. Et donc là, on s'aperçoit non, que certaines croyances, certaines théories sont plus probables que d'autres. Et donc, toute cette mesure non, de la probabilité des théories est encadré ensuite dans une théorie de la décision. Qu'est-ce que cela veut dire? Cela veut dire que effectivement, on adopte un point de vue pragmatique. Bon, était déjà dans l'induction classique un point de vue pragmatique, mais l'idée est ne pas avoir la certitude, mais décider parmi des théories qui sont des théories différentes, parce qu'effectivement, vu qu'on n'a pas de certitude, on s'appuie sur l'observation du passé, etc. On peut avoir une pluralité des théories qui font des prédictions du même système, du même futur. C'est-à-dire, bon, lorsqu'on a un système commandé, c'est clair quelle est la probabilité d'obtenir un certain résultat parce qu'on connaît les domaines, on connaît l'univers. Dans des autres cas, il y a des théories alternatives, donc il faut évaluer la probabilité respective. Donc, cette évaluation de la probabilité respective des théories qui sont des théories concurrentes. Donc, par exemple, je ne sais pas si c'est une théorie qui concerne, on peut dire, bon, les réchauffements climatiques. Il y a certains scientifiques qui, à partir de l'observation des données, disent, bon, on aura une augmentation de la température qui dépasse les 2,5 degrés dans les prochaines 10 années. Il y en a des autres qui disent non. Voilà, donc lorsque je dois prendre des décisions, il faut que j'arrive à établir quelle théorie est plus probable. Si je suis un acteur, je suis un État, je suis en privé, ou etc., je dois orienter mes décisions, je dois orienter mes comportements. J'oriente mes comportements par rapport à ce qui est la prédiction. Donc, si je suis persuadée qu'il y a une augmentation de la température catastrophique, je prendrai des décisions différentes que les décisions que je suis susceptible de prendre si la situation est moins grave. Donc, effectivement, les comportements, la décision rationnelle dépendent du degré de croyance dans une hypothèse. Or, toute cette théorie de la décision a été effectivement encadrée dans la théorie de jeu. Donc, la théorie de jeu mathématique, effectivement, permet de modéliser ou de mathématiser toute cette conception de la prise de décision rationnelle où il s'agit d'évaluer quelles sont les théories probabilistes plus probables. Donc, c'est une probabilité des théories probabilistes. Bon, on a vu ça très bien, par exemple, avec toute la question de la COVID, toutes les prédictions, tout ce qu'on disait par rapport à la probabilité de contagion, les moyens de contagion. Chaque fois qu'on a une croyance dans une théorie, donc on attribue à une théorie plus de probabilités, il y a des comportements qui découlent. Donc, effectivement, si une société commence à croire que le virus est dangereux, il y a des comportements qui font suite. Si toute la communauté est persuadée que l'hypothèse qui n'est pas dangereux est plus probable, on a d'autres types de comportements. Et ça c'est très important. Donc, dans la théorie des jeux, l'idée est qu'effectivement, on est dans une situation de compétition, mais aussi de coordination entre les agents. Et il faut arriver à prendre des décisions qui sont des décisions rationnelles, donc qui permettent la maximisation de l'utilité, comme dans le cas d'une pandémie, maximisation de l'utilité, sauver sa vie ou en tout cas ses intérêts. Il faut arriver à prendre les bonnes décisions. Or, dans la théorie des jeux, ce qui est important est que ces décisions concernent aussi les décisions qui seront prises par les autres. C'est-à-dire que si je dois pouvoir anticiper quels sont les comportements des autres. Donc, ma décision, ce n'est pas juste une décision pour mon utilité personnelle dans un univers physique, mais c'est aussi prendre la meilleure décision par rapport aux attentes à l'égard des décisions des autres. Donc, dans une pandémie, si je commence à m'apercevoir que tout le monde pense que le virus, c'est pas dangereux et moi, je pense que c'est dangereux, il faut que j'adopte un certain comportement, c'est-à-dire, bon, je suis pas protégée, je me balade dans la rue et tout le monde se soucie pas de la question, donc pour moi, c'est plus dangereux. Donc, j'anticipe non, ces comportements et c'est un moyen de coordination aussi, non, de comportement. Donc, l'anticipation du comportement des autres pour arriver à prendre la décision optimale. Tout ça, c'est quelque chose qui s'est élaboré aussi dans le cadre du marché libéral. Non, on a la théorie classique de l'équilibre du marché où effectivement les gens prennent des décisions optimales, des décisions rationnelles dans une anticipation réciproque non, de leur comportement. Donc, la théorie des jeux avait été mathématisée, non, modélisée, formalisée, avait été introduite par von Neumann et Morgenstern dans les années 40. Après, voilà, ça a été utilisé aussi pour toutes les questions de guerre froide, de coordination, etc., y compris la question du marché. Et effectivement, l'idée, c'était théorie des jeux et comportement économique. Donc, ça posait les bases du libéralisme, donc cette modélisation, ces modèles de l'agent rationnel économique qui prend les décisions optimales par ce traitement de l'information, cette anticipation des comportements des autres. Donc voilà, je ne vais pas passer par toutes les phases de la question. L'idée est qu'effectivement, les modèles de l'agent rationnel économique, donc qui a il a encadré dans cette paradigme de prise de la décision qui vient de la théorie des jeux, est aussi les modèles pour l'intelligence artificielle et donc pour la production des connaissances que l'on a aujourd'hui. Donc, il s'agit d'une production des connaissances à travers une statistique des données qui permet, à travers cette statistique des données, d'obtenir une pluralité d'hypothèses prédictives. Parce que vous savez, lorsqu'on explore des données de façon automatique, on peut avoir différentes façons d'ordonner les données. Donc, c'est pas juste une hypothèse qui sort, mais il y a une pluralité d'hypothèses qui sont plausibles. Donc, à ce moment-là, il faut arriver à juger de la probabilité des hypothèses à travers tout un mécanisme de feedback. Donc, par exemple, les algorithmes de suggestion, on prend les algorithmes de Netflix, par exemple. On donne d'abord des préférences et l'algorithme essaye de me proposer des films, proposer des contenus. Chaque fois, moi, je les regarde pas, je suis la suggestion, je la suis pas. Après, parfois, je regarde les films et je dis, bon, I like, ou parfois, je dis, non, ça me plaît pas. Donc, l'algorithme apprend. Et petit à petit, il va sélectionner parmi ces hypothèses qui concernent mon profil, mes préférences, et aussi, voilà, quelle information va produire dans les futurs mes décisions. Donc, voilà, c'est que je vais décider dans les futurs par rapport à ce qu'est l'information qui m'est donnée. Cette hypothèse va se spécifier à fur et à mesure. Donc, c'est petit à petit que l'algorithme arrive à déterminer quel est le profil plus probable, donc quel est le pattern d'information plus probable pour me représenter. Et donc, voilà, il y a tous ces calculs. Donc, la production des connaissances algorithmiques va dans ce sens. Et c'est compétitif parce qu'effectivement, l'algorithme, comme dans la théorie des jeux, doit me considérer comme un adversaire, d'une certaine façon. Moi, je dois maximiser mon utilité. Mon utilité, dans ce cas, c'est regarder les films que j'aime. Sinon, il n'y aurait pas de sens non, à utiliser une plateforme. Donc, avoir à disposition les informations, les contenus qui m'intéressent, qui me satisfont. Donc là, j'aurais maximisé l'utilité. La maximisation de l'utilité de l'algorithme est effectivement arrivée à proposer cela et ensuite à me fidéliser à la plateforme. Donc, si ça marche, lui, il gagne parce qu'effectivement, moi, je reste dans une certaine plateforme. Donc, effectivement, je contribue à la maximisation de l'utilité économique de la plateforme. Donc, voilà, tout ce qui est production automatique des connaissances, aujourd'hui, passe un peu par cette stratégie. Donc, l'idée à la fois qu'il faut attribuer une certaine probabilité aux hypothèses est une compétition qui concerne aussi les comportements qui sont engendrés par cela. Donc, il y a aussi une compétition à niveau, si vous voulez, de diffusion de l'information, parce qu'on a dit, voilà, lorsqu'on diffuse une certaine croyance, il y a une hypothèse qui passe comme plus correspondante à la réalité, il y a des comportements qui sont effectués. Non, donc les gens se comportent selon ce qu'ils considèrent comme l'hypothèse la plus probable. Donc, il y a aussi une compétition, si vous voulez, entre cette diffusion d'informations pour engendrer des comportements. Et là, voilà, on passe à toute la question aussi des manipulations des comportements ou manipulation des décisions. Voilà, donc effectivement, on peut dire, bon, il y a une connaissance qui est produite, c'est-à-dire qu'on a une façon automatique de produire des hypothèses, mais il y a de l'autre côté aussi toute une modulation des comportements et une connaissance qui concerne les comportements qui s'est fait au moyen de l'information qui est diffusée. Donc, d'une certaine façon, il y a une production des connaissances, il y a une compétition aussi pour la production des connaissances dans un jeu qui devient de plus en plus un jeu qu'on a du mal à maîtriser. Donc, au début, voilà, dans les marchés, effectivement, les agents rationnels pouvaient maîtriser leur paradigme des prises de décision parce que l'information à vérifier ou l'information pertinente était juste la variation des prix dans un marché qui était considéré à l'équilibre. Aujourd'hui, on est dans la confusion totale. On est dans la confusion totale parce que c'est très, très difficile d'arriver à déterminer quelle est l'information pertinente, quelle est l'information vraie, quelle est la théorie plus probable. Donc, nos décisions sont de plus en plus complexes. Ce qui fait qu'effectivement, étant donné on est dans un océan d'informations, on a besoin des technologies d'information afin de traiter l'information à laquelle on est exposé. Donc, ça augmente notre dépendance par rapport aux technologies qui sont effectivement contrôlées par des entreprises privées qui ont leurs objectifs. Et leurs objectifs, c'est lesquels? C'est arriver à produire de l'information à partir de l'information. C'est-à-dire, c'est l'observation des comportements qui a ce qu'on appelle le surplus comportemental, qui est une forme de, voilà, observer les comportements et à partir de cette observation, produire des nouvelles informations qui permettent d'optimiser la stratégie qui n'est pas toujours celle d'offrir à l'utilisateur la possibilité de prendre la meilleure décision par rapport à ses propres intérêts, mais c'est aussi une manière de manipuler les agents pour accorder leur comportement à ce qui sont les intérêts de l'entreprise. Donc, dans cette production d'informations, on a peut-être une production de connaissances, mais l'objectif est celui de contribuer à cette nouvelle économie de l'information, où les données, d'une certaine façon, sont les nouveaux pétroles, la nouvelle ressource. À exploiter d'une façon économique, c'est ce qui va créer une sorte d'inégalité entre ceux qui ont à disposition des technologies très puissantes de traitement des données et ceux qui ne l'ont pas. Non, donc, il y a par exemple Facebook qui a la possibilité d'observer les comportements des plans d'argent, donc d'avoir des hypothèses plus précises sur ce qui va se passer. Et les agents qui utilisent Facebook, qui effectivement se retrouvent avec l'information qui est donnée, parfois une information très partielle. Donc, on sait, il y a ces phénomènes de boules filtrantes, par exemple, où effectivement, on est enfermé dans une sorte de information très partielle du monde et on a dans l'illusion qu'on est en train d'observer ce qui se passe globalement. De cette façon, on a l'information dont on dispose, c'est une information partielle, ce qui empêche de prendre des décisions qui sont des décisions effectivement rationnelle, non? Parce que, voilà, on n'a pas les moyens de déterminer effectivement quelle est la situation. On les voit à niveau politique aussi, non? Toutes les questions des manipulations, les scandales Cambridge Analytica, tout ce qui est la question des réseaux de l'extrême droite, non? Où effectivement, on isole les utilisateurs, on fait passer certaines informations plutôt que d'autres. On a l'impression que la situation du monde est celle-ci, lorsque c'est complètement différent. Non, mais on a l'illusion qu'on est dans un réseau, on a l'accès à la totalité des informations. Bon, donc il y a de la connaissance qui est produite, mais il y a aussi de l'ignorance qui est produite. Et donc, ça va d'un côté, c'est une production des connaissances parce que ça permet de produire des connaissances, des prédictions assez précises, des hypothèses très précises par rapport au comportement des gens, aux changements sociaux, voilà, le développement du réseau. Mais de l'autre côté, ça produit aussi de l'ignorance. Ça produit aussi de l'ignorance de l'autre côté parce qu'on a une présélection des informations, des manipulations, des dénis d'accès à l'information et à la connaissance. Donc voilà, étant donné cette situation un peu, que c'est un jeu, hein, parce que ça reste un jeu stratégique et ça reste une compétition entre des entreprises, entre les usagers et les algorithmes, entre les algorithmes eux-mêmes. Et voilà, donc, oui, voilà, par exemple, on peut dire, bon, pour être compétitif dans les marchés, il faut disposer de ces technologies. Donc, la compétition est un peu déplacée au niveau des moyens de produire de l'information. Donc, par exemple, la connaissance d'un trader qui fait de la finance avec une technologie très sophistiquée et moi, c'est complètement différent. Mais si on est un trader, un professionnel de la finance, on a tout l'intérêt pour être compétitif à utiliser ces technologies. Et on a aussi l'intérêt vu qu'on dépense pour ces technologies, à savoir que ces technologies ne sont pas disponibles pour tout le monde, sinon on n'a pas d'avantage. Donc l'avantage est de prendre des décisions qui sont meilleures des décisions des autres. Ce qui va produire encore de l'inégalité. Donc, ça va produire d'un côté de la connaissance, mais de l'autre côté aussi de l'ignorance. Voilà, donc je pense que c'est plutôt une économie de l'information qui encadre la question. Donc après, voilà, c'est que je me suis posé un peu comme objectif, c'est quel est le rôle de la production artistique dans tout ça et quel est le rôle de l'esthétique ou de la philosophie dans tout ça. Donc c'est clair qu'il n'y a pas de compétition possible à ce niveau-là. C'est-à-dire que effectivement, en tant qu'agent, en tant qu'acteur, on est pris à l'intérieur de ces systèmes et on n'a pas vraiment prise. La seule manière de développer des stratégies, peut-être c'est lui de arriver à montrer que ce que l'on pense être les mondes dans lesquels on est immergé tout le temps. Donc, tellement immergé, c'est-à-dire qu'on est effectivement stimulé de manière très rapide par l'information, il faut toujours réagir. Non, c'est ce qui est notre réalité, effectivement, que l'on voit toujours de l'intérieur, est quelque chose qu'il faut voir de l'extérieur. Donc, l'objectiver en tant que jeu. Et normalement, on n'arrive pas à les voir en tant que compétition. Donc, avoir la sensibilité de se dire, bon, c'est à quoi je participe, c'est dans quoi je suis pris, c'est juste une compétition, c'est un jeu. Et donc, il faut se demander, est-ce que ce jeu est souhaitable ou pas en soi-même? Est-ce que cette compétition est une compétition à laquelle je veux collaborer, à laquelle je veux participer? Ou est-ce qu'on peut imaginer, on peut proposer d'autres façons d'organiser la société, d'autres stratégies possibles, d'autres mondes, non? Et là, c'est comme si autres mondes n'existaient pas. On a toujours l'évolution de ces mondes-ci avec une probabilité voilà, énorme. C'est-à-dire qu'on s'est dit, bon, ça c'est la situation actuelle, demain ça pourrait être ça, ça et ça. On dit, bon, c'est l'ouverture des possibles parce qu'on n'arrive pas à prévoir ce que les réseaux, l'état du réseau demain. Et donc on a cette impression non, qu'il y a une ouverture illimitée lorsque c'est une fermeture. Non, c'est-à-dire que tous les mondes possibles sont l'évolution possible du même système et on n'arrive pas à voir que ce système est un jeu parmi une infinité non, de jeux possibles. Donc, ce qu'ils envisagent voilà, pour l'esthétique, la philosophie ou l'art est de rendre d'abord sensible non, ces mondes dans lesquels on est, c'est-à-dire cette compétition à l'intérieur de laquelle on est pris. Et ensuite, à proposer des nouveautés, ou en tout cas de la création, qui n'est pas juste, on est content parce qu'il y a des mondes possibles, parce qu'on ne connaît pas les évolutions de ces mondes-ci, mais proposer des alternatives, donc des jeux qui sont différentes, des organisations sociales qui sont des organisations effectivement alternatives. Et donc, pour cela, je m'inspire à ce qui est les jeux idéaux qui avaient été proposés par Gilles Deleuze, où effectivement, c'est à quoi il appelait, non? Donc cette idée que l'art est l'appel à peuple qui manque, non? C'est l'idée, non, que l'art, effectivement, a cette possibilité de expérimenter ou en tout cas de diffuser de manière de sentir d'autres manières de s'organiser, d'autres possibilités de jouer ou d'autres possibilités de s'agencer ou d'interagir et d'échanger. Voilà, donc ça, c'est un peu les problèmes de mon livre.
On peut s'arrêter là parce que c'est une belle conclusion. Aussi, avec cette tension vers l'art et ce que peut faire la philosophie. J'ai des questions. En fait, c'est des questions un peu plutôt situer et de relier votre travail parce qu'on avait déjà discuté aussi par rapport à Toy Philosophy de Reza Negarestani, ce groupe de recherche, cette plateforme de recherche Glassbead aussi, dont vous êtes parti Fabien Giraud, Jérémy Lecomte, Vincent Normand et Ida Soula et Inigo Wilkins, enfin, et dans laquelle vous avez aussi publié, où justement le jeu s'écartait peut-être se définissait d'après la théorie des jeux, mais s'écarter de celle-ci pour aborder l'idée que le jeu permet d'impliquer une extériorité, en fait. Quand on remarque qu'il y a un jeu, ça permet aussi d'en sortir et que le jeu aurait à voir de cette manière avec la spéculation, avec la recherche philosophique et la découverte d'autres systèmes. Et donc, ce serait peut-être moins le jeu au sens game que play en anglais pour découvrir d'autres règles. Une question qui me taraude un peu, mais je ne sais pas si cette question elle peut être levée ou dépassée hein, dans votre analyse, mais c'est si est-ce qu'il il faut que je la retrouve, là, je la retrouve plus. Bon, je ne la retrouve plus, mais c'était l'idée, est-ce qu'il y aurait une infinité de jeux? Est-ce on passerait d'un jeu à l'autre? Ou est-ce qu'il y aurait un seul grand jeu, pour ainsi dire, universel? Est-ce qu'on envisagerait un passage d'un jeu à l'autre où il y aurait une pluralité, un relativisme entre des jeux potentiellement infinis, ou est-ce qu'il y aurait une sorte de grand jeu universel ou unificateur? Ça, c'est un peu deux tendances, il me semble, qu'il y a par rapport au jeu. Et puis, une autre question, peut-être parce qu'on prend déjà beaucoup de temps, mais c'était plus pratique, vous avez mentionné cette idée de peuple qui manque, c'est le nom d'un collectif, d'un duo d'artistes et curateurs, poètes et curateurs. Mais je voulais savoir un peu, parce que vous avez travaillé avec des artistes, on a mentionné tout à l'heure Fabien Giraud et j'oublie toujours les noms, je suis désolé. Raphaël Siboni et donc l'article, je l'avais mis en ligne et Fabien Giraud, hein, The Unmade. Non, mais quels sont quels sont les artistes ou quels sont les travaux qui vous inspirent aussi ou qui vous accompagnent un peu ce type de réflexion? Euh, et ouais, voilà, c'était un peu. Je sais pas, je pensais aussi. Peut-être. Ouais, non, c'est un peu tout pour l'instant.
Oui, voilà, donc je pense qu'il n'y a pas un jeu de tous les jeux, c'est-à-dire que je pense que la question est et c'est l'enjeu ou le défi de l'esthétique ou de la création artistique, est plutôt de favoriser la diversité, l'incommensurabilité des jeux. Donc là, dans les systèmes économiques, sociaux d'aujourd'hui, on va vers une homogénéisation du jeu. C'est-à-dire que tous ce qui sont les comportements ou les manières de s'organiser qui ne sont pas compétitives, elles disparaissent. Donc, on a cette idée non, d'une compétition qu'on appelle une compétition naturelle, où effectivement, il y a les meilleures stratégies qui se diffusent et les stratégies qui ne sont pas adaptées qui disparaissent. Donc, on va vers une imposition aussi de l'usage des technologies, une imposition de certains types de stratégies en position de type de technologie. Donc, voilà, que l'on doit utiliser parce que sinon, on n'est pas compétitif. Si j'utilise plus les réseaux aujourd'hui, je suis coupée du monde. J'ai plus d'opportunités. Par exemple, on cherche du travail, tous les marchés du travail, c'est fait autour de LinkedIn. Non? Donc, et il y a des stratégies aussi de marketing personnel qui vont avec diffusion de l'information, etc. Donc, je ne peux pas refuser de m'adapter à ce qui sont les stratégies, non? D'une certaine façon. Et donc, ça va vers une homogénéisation. Donc, tout le monde va jouer les mêmes jeux et toute diversité effectivement revient à l'innovation technologique elle-même. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a de nouvelles stratégies qui sortent, tout le monde doit s'adapter aux nouvelles. C'est un peu comme ChatGTP. On crée ChatGTP, au début, on ne sait pas quoi faire avec. Non? C'était la même chose avec les smartphones. Le smartphone est sorti, personne ne savait quoi faire avec. Qu'est-ce que je fais avec un smartphone? Jusqu'à maintenant, où c'est absolument nécessaire. On ne peut pas vivre sans un smartphone. C'est-à-dire que l'utilisation nous s'impose et on devient dépendant. Donc, il y a une dépendance qui s'est créée là aussi avec ChatGTP, par exemple. On a commencé d'abord à jouer avec, à trouver, non, expérimenter avec, jusqu'à un certain moment, ça deviendra quelque chose d'incontournable. Parce qu'on aura délégué, non, de la même façon qu'on a délégué des tâches au smartphone, on va déléguer des tâches à ChatGTP. Et on ne pourra plus, non, s'en passer. Voilà, avec toute une économie qui va derrière. Donc, l'idée est qu'effectivement, il y a un jeu et pour que ce jeu soit rentable, il faut qu'il soit imposé au nombre plus large d'utilisateurs possible. Sinon, l'investissement qu'il y a derrière n'est pas rentable. Donc, on investit beaucoup. On investit énormément en termes voilà, des ressources intellectuelles, ressources économiques, mais aussi ressources énergétiques. Hein, c'est-à-dire que l'intelligence artificielle, le ChatGPT, consomme en termes d'énergie comme l'aviation américaine. Voilà, donc il faut rentabiliser tout ça, donc il faut imposer l'usage. Donc on a une sorte d'homogénéisation des comportements, même s'il y a une diversification des stratégies, mais c'est aussi une homogénéisation du jeu. Ce qui est important pour moi, c'est en effet garder l'idée que l'évolution naturelle, c'est pas ça, c'est pas ce jeu où effectivement les gagnants les plus adaptés s'imposent et toutes les autres stratégies disparaissent en allant vers un privilège non, de la domination du plus adapté, donc s'adapter aux stratégies du plus adapté ou disparaître. En effet, ce qui est l'évolution naturelle est une diversification, est une pluralisation des stratégies. On a des écosystèmes différents. Dans chaque écosystème, on a des comportements différents, des espèces qui se diversifient. Il y a des branches non, qui se créent. Et effectivement, on va vers une différenciation, pas vers une homogénéisation. Et l'idée pour moi, c'est pour revenir à cette question de la pluralité des jeux, est effectivement essayer de protéger cette diversité, cette différenciation. cette possibilité d'avoir une pluralité de communautés différentes qui s'organisent avec leur usage des technologies, leur propre technologie, qui répond à des désirs qui sont des désirs singuliers. Et donc, l'idée est comment on peut garantir aussi cette effective pluralité. Parce qu'on dit, bon, les plateformes garantissent, on essaye de garantir la pluralité. Après, il faut vérifier quelle est la pluralité. Non? Si c'est juste une différence non, des croyances, des préférences par rapport à certains produits, et donc c'est pas effectivement une vraie différence, non? Une vraie altérité. On a juste une différence à niveau voilà, de ce qui sont les préférences, ce qui sont les objectifs, etc. Mais on n'a pas une altérité à niveau à niveau plus substantiel, c'est-à-dire qu'on est tous considérés comme des patères d'information. Donc, ça va aussi déterminer l'idée qu'il y a un modèle non, de raisonnement et que ces modèles s'appliquent à tout le monde. Donc, pour moi, voilà, il n'y a pas un jeu de jeu, mais l'enjeu philosophique ou artistique ou esthétique est celui de favoriser cette pluralité, cette diversification, cette richesse. Et voilà, je trouve aussi que dans l'œuvre de Fabien Giraud et Raphaël Siboni, avec qui voilà, je collabore, c'est un petit peu ça l'idée qui est derrière. Donc, en effet, il y a toujours, bon, d'abord, une manière de problématiser les mondes de la technique, les mondes technologiques, de manière telle à montrer qu'est-ce que cela nous fait, non? Qu'est-ce que l'utilisation de la technique fait au comportement humain. Comment ça nous transforme. Donc l'idée, c'est pas juste voilà, que les humains inventent la technique et l'utilisent. Il y a aussi une production technique de l'humain. Donc, en utilisant ces technologies, on se produit effectivement d'une façon qui s'accorde avec la technologie. Donc, par exemple, en utilisant les algorithmes, on doit commencer à raisonner comme les algorithmes. Donc, donc on est peut-être les modèles des algorithmes, mais en utilisant les algorithmes, on est obligé à raisonner comme les algorithmes. Donc, par exemple, je vais faire passer mon contenu dans un réseau. Je dois me poser la question de quelle est l'information que l'algorithme va privilégier. Donc, je me trouve avec une compétition avec l'algorithme, donc je dois prendre ma décision par rapport à ce que j'attends être la décision de l'algorithme. Donc, c'est aussi ma façon de raisonner qui devient une façon technique, produite techniquement par l'outil que j'ai produit. Donc, l'idée, voilà, dans ces cycles, si on veut, d'art, c'était arriver à montrer ça, montrer qu'est-ce que la technique fait aux humains, et ensuite arriver à trouver une manière de montrer cette possibilité de sortir d'un jeu et les modifier, les transformer. De façon, voilà, de façon essentielle. Voilà,
pense
donc
qu'on...
c'est pour ça que ça m'a intéressé.
Alors,
Et
moi, je pense... On
voilà,
a...
ensuite, s'il y avait
Parce
d'autres
qu'on
questions.
a, ouais, en fait, on est un peu en retard. Saint Austin, sa présentation va nous suivre. Mais merci Anna d'avoir pris le temps de nous expliquer tout ça. Et j'espère qu'on pourra continuer à échanger parce que c'est
Oui,
vraiment un point d'entrée
oui.
important. Et ouais, aujourd'hui, on était on désinstalle l'exposition et c'est un peu difficile de faire
Non,
tout
mais
en
c'est
même
bien d'avoir
temps.
aussi un dialogue qu'après pour
Euh,
continuer, voilà.
Oui, alors, ouais, parce que justement, ça lève cette dualité entre diversité et universel, et pour parler de diversité et de diversification aussi. C'est pas seulement une diversité qui est peut-être déjà présente ou qui serait une sorte d'état, mais qu'il faut aussi provoquer ou ouais, travailler vers. Donc, oui, merci. Sant, are you here? Can you hear us? You're
Jean-Pierre,
present in the chat. Merci, Anna.
Hi, hello.
Hi, so I should present you, or maybe not. Maybe I should present
it's
you
okay.
through as a collective. No, you're
No,
you
today,
answer to today.
yeah.
Who are you today? No, but
So
it.
yes.
you-
I can answer. So I'm Sant Hostin, and I'm a community lead and manager with an organization called the Meta Governance Project, which is an online collective researching online governance. And today I'm here to talk about a project that I worked on with some collaborators within that project.
Great. Because you worked also with part of the collective Crude Future, who was part of the exhibition that we are dismantling right now. And you published a journal, eponymous journal, Crude Future, and a game called How It Happens, which is a card game and a role play game. And
I think
we have
Richard is going to be talking about both of these things during
later.
tomorrow's symposium. So if anyone's here and wants to hear more about that, tomorrow's the time to come.
That'd be great. Thank you. So I let you speak and we can have a conversation a bit after.
Okay, amazing. Okay, I'm going to share a screen.
Yes, you can.
If I can find
But the sound is good. We can hear you perfectly. Before it was hell.
Yes, the sound earlier was very unexpected.
Some
Thankfully,
kind
I
of
couldn't
feedback.
hear it, but yeah. Okay, let me try.
It was an interesting sound.
Super.
Yeah, we can see it. Perfect.
Okay. Let me just get my screen in order. Okay, yes. So as mentioned, I'm Sant Hostin, and today I'm going to be presenting about a project that I've been working on with a team of researchers and developers at the Meta Governance Project, otherwise known as MetaGov. Today's presentation is going to involve a live demo if we have time. So if you are in the chat, you can join this link here in order to join the Discord, which is where the project where D20 is hosted. It's a Discord bot. So I'll post that here as well. So to just give a little overview of the talk, I'm going to talk a little bit about this project, giving a kind of brief, a little bit of background, talk about some of the kinds of game types and interaction types that the game has, go a little bit into one of the specific features that we call culture modules, do a live demo, cross our fingers that it works, and then we'll have some more information for people who are interested in following up. So D20 is a Discord bot that allows communities to play governance games in an LLM-mediated environment. In this game, groups can come together to embark on a governance quest and experience a diversity of governance structures, decision-making processes, power distributions, cultural dynamics, and more. D20 aims to help lay the collective decision-making foundations necessary for communities to conduct governance experiments, education, future scenario planning, and real-life decision-making while bonding communities through games. D20 was built by a group of researchers from the Meta Governance Project, a nonprofit research collective aiming to empower online community self-governance. Whereas currently, many of the commonly used digital platforms limit communities to hierarchical admin user models, otherwise referred to as implicit feudalism, in some of the research that MetaGov research directors have conducted. MetaGov aims to promote alternative governance structures, what we call modular politics, through tools and resources such as PolicyKit, the MetaGov Gateway, Community Rule, and now D20 governance. Building on the work of our colleagues at MetaGov, Our team started out in 2022 by studying the challenges communities face when it comes to designing or evolving their governance structures and processes. With the growing trend towards self-governance on the internet, governance literature and tooling are abundant. However, there are a few spaces for more hands-on interactive learning about governance, experimentation, simulation, etc. This realization or this perception was the catalyst for D20. And our goal with the game is to create an environment where communities can learn not just basic governance vocabulary, but also engage closely with these concepts through practice, gameplay, and interaction. We strive to give members of online communities hands-on experiences with alternative governance processes so they can become more intentional about the way that they design governance systems within their own contexts. The game is in many ways a kind of creative interpretation and programmatic implementation of Community Rule. Community Rule is a modular proof of concept web app that allows users to modularly drag and drop different governance modules into nested structures. The tool in its current form is meant to be a tool for communities who want to reflect on the state of an organization and doesn't serve any kind of programmatic purposes. One example being any kind of enforcement mechanism. There's an image on this slide, it's a GIF, and what it shows is the creation of a very simple governance structure where different decision-making modules are nested inside of culture modules. This illustration of this kind of nesting is useful to keep in mind when we get to the culture modules portion of the presentation. The other things that you can see on here include the kind of summary of the organization. When it goes back to the beginning here, you can also see that there are 4 different types or categories of modules: cultures, decisions, processes, and structures. And then within each of those categories, there are different modules that can be rearranged. So D20 has 2 different kinds of primary interaction types. There's the Agora and the building community. In the Agora, users of the Discord can asynchronously explore different decision-making methods, alter their game settings, run one-off governance experiments, and engage with the features of the D20 bot. There's an image on the presentation demonstrating the transformation of text in the Agora based on the wildcard culture module. So what's happening here is users will type in a message. The message will be sent to an LLM along with the prompt that you can see in the embed at the top of this image. And the prompt instructs the LLM how to transform the content of that message. And so then what you're seeing here is a bot version of the profile that's sending the transformed text. The Build a Community game is a 25-minute-ish narrative quest where players are prompted to come together and establish themselves as a new group within the community. Each stage of the game brings players into contact with different decision-making methods, cultural environments, and governance structures. There's also an image on this slide showing the welcoming message in images and kind of giving a little bit of context for the players of how the game will work. Within both modes, D20 influences the group's communication norms with culture modules that use an LLM to modify the content of users' messages and temporarily place players in artificially constructed cultures. Many culture modules have pre-generated prompts that the LLM uses to transform the text content of users' messages on Discord. The wildcard module is a special note. This culture module in particular is constructed anew each time a group successfully completes the building community quest. The transformation prompt is constructed using the text content of the decisions that were made during the quest, and the questions that are asked of the players are all related to answering this question of what is the voice of this group. So this experience makes a lot more sense once you have a chance to kind of actually see it working. And so what I'd like to do is stop sharing this presentation and then go over to the Discord and I can kind of show some of the ways in which this works. And then if there are other people who are in the chat and want to participate, then they're welcome to do that too. Before I do that, I'll also share this slide just for posterity. The team working on this project has been Jamila Shalom, who's doing development, Val Elefante, who's doing research, Hazel, who's doing research, myself, who's doing development, and Eliveni, who is an advisor for the project. There's also some links to the Discord, the website, the repository on GitHub. If you want to make a pull request or want to leave an issue, those are all very welcome. There's a contact for me and a link to the MetaGov website. So with that, I will stop sharing this and then I will share a new screen. So this is the D20 governance Discord. There's a couple more channels here than there will be for someone just joining for the first time. When you get here, you have some meta information about how to use the bot. You can also leave questions or feedback if you have any. And then the first thing you'll do is you'll come to the D20 Agora, and you will chat with people. You can type help to just get a list of commands that are available. You can see that you can embark on a quest, you can propose some value revisions, and then you can also submit and resubmit these. Hey. So one thing that you can do here is that you can turn on a culture module using the continuous input mechanism. So if we want to change the kind of way that we're communicating, we can have a kind of continuous input vote for amplify, obscurity, ritual, eloquence, values, and wildcard. So I might be interested in demonstrating eloquence. So I'll do eloquence +1 and realize that I don't know how to spell eloquence. And then other people in the chat, including Sam88, can also put a +1 next to any of the words. They can also put a -1, so amplify -1, and you can see that it takes away one of the squares. Once we cross the threshold, then the culture module will be activated. So I'm just gonna see if I can get eloquence across the line. There's also a cooldown mechanism, so if someone is trying to spam or kind of push through a lot of input, then there's a way to kind of rate limit that a little bit.
I'm not playing right. I'm losing. Am I losing something?
Well, that's one thing that's actually maybe worth pointing out. The game isn't really about winning or losing. I mean, and this is sort of similar to the other project that I did for the exhibition, How It Happens. I'm not really interested in general. I try not to work with people who are interested in like highly competitive games. There are ways in which like a group can fail in this game by not being able to make a decision, in which case they leave the quest. But in the Agora, this is just meant to be a kind of free-for-all chat, and then while these things are happening, we can change the way in which we're actually communicating with each other. So if you want to kind of get a sense for how it feels, then I would recommend typing a message and then seeing a little bit like the disconnect between what you type and the way in which the culture module transforms your text. So what do you want to say? Yeah.
I can add something. I can add like a prompt, you say.
No, the prompt is already set. So this is this prompt here. And all of the messages are now being processed through this prompt. So try typing in a question.
A question, okay. Let me think a little bit. Or maybe let's do nothing. I will. I close them. There is like exclamation mark that disturbing me a lot. And also I'm gonna come up with something in a few seconds. Just I'm going.
You also don't have to think about it too hard. I mean, you can just type the words that you're saying out loud right now. The other thing that we can do is we can demonstrate a little bit what doing the embark is like, doing a quest. There it's nice because some of the culture modules are just automatically imposed. So we can maybe kind of try to make a decision between the two of us. And then we can open up for questions.
All right, but I didn't see where my question went. Which one?
It's so you see how it's been transformed here.
Let me see on the. Yeah, I don't see the transformation. I'm sorry. I have the. Do you? What do? Okay. Yeah, I see. Okay. Harmonious. Okay, great. I see.
So here's the quest builder. Right now there's the build a community quest. There are two of us, and
okay, I see.
we what images to be generated. So I'm gonna go ahead and press join, and then you can also join if you like. And so what happens here is that we have a new channel that's opened up. So if you click on the quest channel, then it will take us over here. We're greeted with an image and then some information about the game and the quest.
All right, and it started like the real game. So the real game, the quests,
And one thing that's interesting as well is that like this is just the two of us in here, aside from the bots. And so yeah, it's nice because you can have a private engagement with the people that you got on the quest with. So right now is the first step is defining a group name.
Should call the.
I would also recommend to try just typing in the chat instead of talking over Zoom, to kind of really imagine that you're just there.
Am I doing this indeed very
So you have to come to this channel.
I'm not in the group chat right now, no? Or am I? Oh, you want me
Yes.
to type on the chat of the Zoom?
No. So on Discord,
On
just
Discord,
above
yeah.
you is this message: since proposal to play has enough players and is ready to play. And then there's a link to the quest.
Ah, where is it? Okay. Okay, I'm here.
So if you scroll up,
think.
then you can see like it gives the information about the quest and what you're going to be doing, the task that you'll be doing, and then it gives you the first question for discussion, which is defining a group name. And we're also doing this whilst in the culture of eloquence. So it means that we're attempting to communicate through this culture module.
So I should find a name right now, or what? We decided so what? Then I don't wait, are we so there's no real there's no like competition also. I should add just can you hear me?
Yeah, there's some competition to the extent that, so I just submitted a proposal for what we should name ourselves. And within the next half a minute, you have the opportunity to submit a proposal for what we name ourselves. You just type \submit, and then we'll have to make a decision between the two of us, which we choose.
Okay, so and there's like it doesn't stop. It keep going.
Yeah, so all of the steps and the stages of the quest are automated. So yeah, for this, there's the option of clicking yes or no.
Okay. So an answer yes. Kind of.
Fem, I've got one question. Because I was there is still feedback on the audio. Yeah. How long does it take to learn your bot and your game?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I think so. There are instructions on the Discord that it's a little hard to just jump right in without reading the instructions. But really, the key is being able to, for instance, just type the help command. So let me share that again. So you can see that like here we have a vote now, and all that we have is my submitted proposal for a name because Samuel did not submit one. And so we are required to vote and we can make a selection. And then it shows that the vote has been recorded. But to answer your question, here in the how to use, it gives you a little bit of information about how to use. So really, it's just about learning a couple of commands like list values, propose value revision, using embark, and then learning how to do the continuous input for the culture modules. And then once you actually start and get to the channel from the embark command, then you are here. And at the very beginning, as long as you're in the channel, you get information about what it is that you're supposed to be doing. So, and in theory, it should take very little to learn how to use it. But I think there's also a question of like how natively familiar people are with Discord. There's a way in which the platform kind of tends to move at a pretty fast pace. And so even like the text streaming that viewers will have seen for this message up here, yeah, it really doesn't, it's really hard to make things slow on this platform. So I think if you're really familiar with Discord, it should be pretty easy to pick up. But if you're not, then in our experience, when we play tested this with people who are not familiar with using the platform tend to struggle to kind of really understand what it is that they're supposed to do.
And it's open or not open source, but it's open to anybody to use this this bot.
The software that's used to run the bot is open source. There was a link to the repository and at the end of the presentation. Yes, it's all open source. It's written in Python. Yeah.
So it's about because we just start to use Discord for yeah, we just start, and so maybe we can include your bot in our Discord, for example, or we have to go to your channel on Discord to use it.
Yeah, so we've been working on this project for about 3 or 4 months, and we've got to the stage where it's what we're calling soft launched, meaning it works, but right now the infrastructure for having it work across multiple Discord servers isn't set up. There's this is it's probably too out of scope for this presentation, but eventually people can install it in their own, add it to their own Discord. But right now, everything is on this server.
Yeah.
And I think it makes a big difference because it's a really good question, because so much of the way that a community identifies is often even just simple stuff like how the channels are organized, and the fact that they can go and like, they actually think of it as a place that like, it means something to them. Whereas this server kind of doesn't necessarily mean anything. Like this Discord doesn't really mean anything to a lot of people. One way that we were sort of thinking, or I should say I was thinking about this, was a little bit of the way that like Midjourney worked, where you could go and you can do prompt generation there instead of like a real attraction to go to that server and do it. But of course, they also have bots that allow you to do it in your own server. So eventually, we would like it just to be set up so that other communities can use it in their own server.
Okay, and so far, how many community use your bot?
We've done playtests of it at DWebCamp in earlier this year, and also at CCC camp in Germany. We are actually in the process of, there is a Gitcoin governance round that's being run by MetaGov, and we plan on putting a proposal in for funds to support doing kind of like ethnographic study with 3 or 5 communities where we invite them, they play the game, we do a kind of post playthrough review, interview with them, and then we kind of prepare a report kind of looking at the ways in which they enjoy the game, their interactions, but also the question of whether or not their perception of governance changed at all as a result of playing it.
Okay. I'm sorry, Fan, because your sound is not very good. For me, it's very, very difficult also to grasp because I missed the first half of the presentation, but also your sound is not so good. But could you, comment on dit, elaborate? Could you elaborate maybe on the DAO and autonomous world, because tomorrow we have GVN and Arp from Moving Castle, and today Ruth Castro presented also DAO thinking, or how community use DAO ideas. How is it related, or how do you situate your proposition around DAO and autonomous world like on-chain games? And what the aim of your boat?
Yeah. So kind of 2 questions there. How does it relate to DAOs or DAOs? And
the sound, Fem, I'm stop you, because if you come closer to the screen, we will hear you better.
Okay, is this better?
Yeah, it's better. Thank you.
Yes. So sort of 2 questions here. One is how does the project relate to DAOs, and the other is
autonomous world, maybe.
Autonomous worlds, and also what is the kind of goal with the project. Yeah. So the project, so one way that we've thought about potentially using something like this is you could imagine a scenario where you have a DAO and they have kind of some onboarding procedure, or they want some way of demonstrating to new participants of the organization how they self-govern. And so the idea in a kind of longer term sense with something like this is to be able to make it so that communities can make their own quests, their own narratives, and compose their own governance structures at different points in the game. So you could have people who are new to the DAO actually, before they join, they play this game, and it's kind of a way of introducing them to maybe the history, the lore of the organization, how they make decisions, and maybe there's like a way for them to kind of give feedback on the way in which they make decisions. So this could be really useful in that context for kind of introducing participants to the way in which a community self-governs. So that's one way, but that also doesn't necessarily, it isn't specific to the domain of DAOs. This work actually really has nothing specific to say about DAOs, because that's not its focus. Its focus is online self-governance more generally. And the kind of, one of the ideas that we're trying to kind of get across, and then I should say with regards to autonomous worlds, I mean, nothing's on chain. And so it has no relationship to that project, although autonomous worlds is a really interesting project. This doesn't have any kind of tokenomics or any kind of on-chain elements attached to it. Okay. To the question of like, what is the goal? The goal is, so there's this idea of what Nathan Schneider calls implicit feudalism, which is to say that, broadly speaking, most of the online social platforms that we use to communicate with each other basically privilege the the admin of the system. It goes all the way back to the BBS period, the bulletin board systems, and the 1980s, and it continues to persist now. On this server, I'm an admin, and I can give other people permissions to do things. And this is just a kind of structure for how organizations operate, and by extension make decisions, that's pervasive. And so the goal is to kind of show or give communities a way of exploring other governance mechanisms, other ways of making decisions amongst themselves. And we wanted to situate it in a kind of environment where, in a game environment, and also introduce this, yeah, it's a complex answer. At a very basic level, yeah, the goal is to kind of give people, to empower people to explore different ways of making decisions with each other. And through that exploration and experience, revise how they as a community make decisions. At one point, we thought that this could be a general purpose governance tool that could exist outside of the scope of the game, or perhaps the game was like the first kind of level. And then maybe the next level would be to kind of actually make a kind of proposal to the community and use this bot to actually execute it. And then if that was approved, perhaps the bot could just continuously, automatically govern and deal with the community. However, the problem is that, well, first, the real problem is that like governance is incredibly idiosyncratic. And so it's very, very difficult to be formally comprehensive with a project like this, because you can't account for all of the edge cases that a community might have in terms of how they want to make decisions with each other. And so instead of doing that, our aim was to demonstrate to communities that there is an alternative and embody the experience of making decisions with each other online in ways that they haven't before, so that they could then, because a lot of these things can be implemented and they oftentimes really, in my opinion, speaking personally, don't require any kind of bot or automation. But it's more a matter of kind of introducing communities to the power of this way of making decisions. So that's like the kind of overarching goal. But then another component of it is in my experience, I found that when you're in conversations and the stakes are really high, it's very easy to fall into certain kinds of communication patterns that are perhaps not conducive to actually arriving at a decision or having some kind of resolution. And I think part of the problem there is that everything that you say is very much attached to you. And there's no distance between what you say and how it's received. And so the introduction of the large language model to transform the text and transform the text of everybody is to kind of estrange people from themselves, or put a little distance between what they say and how it's communicated. So, and to also be tasked with having to make a decision as a collective. So you have to kind of work through the kind of confusion or the distance that's created. And the hypothesis is that that distance will cause people to be less precious or serious about what they're saying, and allow them to explore different kinds of decision-making methods or decision-making processes, because the environment is unstable, because the environment doesn't allow you to become so personally attached to what you say.
Okay. So the way I understand it now, but maybe I'm missing. So it's maybe like a training platform or training exercise or experience, and it has to do with voluntary intoxication with the notion of the egregor or the group mind. So you allow yourself to feed a group mind and be feedback from from the system manifesting through the bot. But it's a pity because the conversation just before with Alongo also was on this decision making and on the statistic, stochastic, and the rationality based on the statistical. And maybe my last question, because we will keep on schedule at last, or at least because like this, is because you're using a large model and also generating image with large model. How do you react with the statistical aspect of this experience and the black box being put through the large model, the large model feedback? Okay.
Sorry, is the question how do I respond to the kind of ways in which the large language model has a certain kind of bias in terms of how text is transformed?
Yeah, no, because Analongo talk about this, the urge or the possibility to have aesthetic rationality. It means that beyond statistical rationality and economical use of statistic, there is a space for experience, and there is this experience can be productive and changing for community, for ourselves, for community at large. And in your tool, how do you deal with the idea that there are black box built in the system that allow the community to go beyond those statistical, to find a way of governance together, but there is flow or bias introduced by the black box of the large model.
Okay, yeah, I think I understand your question or line of thinking a little better. I think there's like two components to this. One is we've tried to be very transparent about the prompt that's used to transform text, so that people actually know what's happening, or they know as much as they can know when you're dealing with a black box. The other thing that we do is that the whole process of playing the quest, there are different decisions that you have to make, and the votes or the answers to those decisions, all of the text for those is used to construct a new prompt that reflects the voice of the group that played that game. And that culture module changes every time a new group plays the quest. So there's this kind of way in which the voice of the community is in some ways being expressed through this kind of multi-user input to construct a prompt. So it doesn't address the kind of systemic issues that you're pointing to, but it does introduce a little more agency in terms of, at the very least, collectivizing a little bit the kind of prompt construction process. Because in my personal experience, this is always a very individual exercise. I mean, you might be kind of collaborating with people on the internet in the sense that you're kind of sharing how you might prompt a system, but very infrequently are you actually making a prompt with a group of people. So, again, it doesn't address the kind of systematic issues that you're talking about, but I think it does introduce at least the idea to a community that this doesn't necessarily have to be an individual exercise.
Okay. Thank you very much for your answer and for your presentation. And I must say, I'm very sorry because at the same time, so we are doing those talks because we plan and life is what is it. We're also working on the disinstallation of the exhibition, and I had to leave. And left with Anna pin. So we will mount from the Zoom archive, maybe the beginning of your presentation. I think on the live stream, it was pinned on Anna black box, black screen. Very sorry for that. But I hope we speak again, maybe very soon. And thank you very much, Fem, for this proposal. I will try myself and maybe give you feedback on the way.
Yeah, thank you, Christian and Samuel. It was really nice to come and present this today. And hopefully, yes, see you very soon. Sorry.
I'm
Ciao.
muted, but thanks, all thanks.
Yeah, super.
I was muted.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
See you
Bye.
soon.
And I think enlève-moi le micro parce que j'ai vraiment ce feedback. Okay, embêtant. Yes, merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. I don't know if there are some viewer. My English is worse and worse. On est tous seul. Hein? Ok. So, yeah. But are we in the same room? Or? Okay, so we will play the. I will play the. Yeah. Yeah. And Anna left also, and I didn't take the time to present. So I will play the video. Let me just find it, and I do that. I think it's this. And we hope that the quality will be good enough.
It's not recording.
Okay. Let me share my screen.
So Vassim was part of OX Collective, and he presented an installation and a card game in the show. And Max Haven is a researcher that's part of Rival, who is a collective who's doing research on the activist potential of games. Can you hear me? Am I on more? Okay. And yes, they have they are friends. They have a conversation that's quite interesting. Also that it's a bit a bâton rompu, we can say. But yeah, it was pre-recorded last month, and so we will let it roll. And we'll finish with this.
And hopefully we see you tomorrow for the second part of those conversation. And thank you very much for your understanding and your patience. It's our first experience of this kind. And see you next time. Bye-bye. Sorry, the streaming is not working with this video. Toi, tu l'as, Samuel? Sur ton... Tu l'as pas? Ouais, mais moi, tu l'as pas, tu l'as, la vidéo? Ouais, moi, je l'ai. I will try to play it again. Sorry. It's just... Okay, I will try to do it again. Partager l'écran. Partager. Ok. Play.
Recording. We are recording. Okay.
Future of Endless Worlds. My name is Wasim Al-Sindi. This is Max Haven. Hello. And we're going to have a conversation about art and games and all of that good stuff. But let's just quickly say something about the exhibition. And write stuff and turns out make games with a collective called the Zero X Salon. And Max.
My name is Max Haven. I work as the Canada,
both for the opening and also for the workshop in early November. And I believe the symposium ends at the end of the month. So we are speaking like through time to you. This is the list of the participating artists. And yeah, without any further ado, we're going to talk about play and pedagogy. So yeah, let's introduce ourselves. I'm a team. I do research and write stuff and turns out make games with a collective called the Zero X Salon. And Max.
My name is Max Haven. I work as the Canada Research Chair in the Radical Imagination at Lakehead University. I also make games and research all sorts of things having to do with the imagination and how to activate it.
Right. Hold that thought on activating the imagination. So I'm just going to say something very briefly about the Zero X Salon, which is the collective that we founded in Berlin a few years ago. That's participating in the exhibition. So I'm one of the members of that collective. So it's a collective creative endeavor which critically interrogates digital culture through discourse, events, and residencies. Since 2020, we've been hosting salons, which are intimate post-disciplinary discussions on a range of conversation topics, and stewarded by salon team members. The community researches topics, organizes events, and authors law, critical theory, poetry, philosophy, games, theory, theatre, and visual art. So I just want to show you really quickly like a few of the different bits that we do. I really appreciated this write-up in the brochure of the exhibition. It's in French, so I translated it because I don't speak very good French. But I thought it was very nice, so I just thought we'll read that out and use that as a departure point. Reactivating the formula of chat rooms, meeting formally described as societies or circles dedicated to the debate of ideas. So Zero X Salon is a collective project which pursues an approach which is post-disciplinary and production, cultural, and that's not a very good translation. Anyway, we develop various formats to understand creative ways, performative or playful themes, and they include the ecological impact of cryptocurrencies, or light use memetic. That's amazing. I have to use some of these. Criticism of social movements, post-humanists. All right. So enough of that.
Deus Ex Machina.
More on that later. So here's a list of some of the topics we discuss in the Zero X Salon from time to time. The current topic is called profit motives, which is implications of technology, capital, and divinity. We occasionally issue printed matter. I've made this magazine recently. We write some poetry. There's some examples of some of the very experimental texts that we write. We made a radio play in 2021, improvised, unscripted audio play. We made a theatre production funded by the European Commission's Starts Repairing the Present programme last year with the theatre premiere in Denmark. And we made an interactive storytelling, choose your own misadventure game about Bitcoin boiling the oceans, which is currently on exhibition at the Haus der Elektronisches Kunst in Basel in their virtual gallery. And the next performance is in November in Berlin. So just very quickly, I want to reveal to you one of the kind of exemplar kind of characters and problems that we see in some of the works that we've been doing recently. So we all know about the annoying Microsoft Office paperclip Clippy, but what about an anthropomorphized Bitcoin mining machine called Hashi? Well, it's a central character in a lot of the products we've been working on, and it's a virtual influencer from the future. So don't be surprised if you see it around more and more as time goes on. And its job is to gaslight and manipulate you into thinking that you should keep it plugged in. So watch out for that.
Probably did the translation.
Probably did the translation.
Hashi.
Okay, so on to the main topic for today, which is the card game called Faux Excellent that the Zero Excellent has been developing for the last few years. And so it's a discursive role-play game. The game acts as a ludic pedagogic mechanism to initiate and steer post-disciplinary discussions from a variety of perspectives beyond the opinions and beliefs of the players themselves. So the game proposes itself as a narrative device for the hypothetical exploration of emergent consensus and dissensus, agreement and conflict, concerning both the sacred and the profane. And by operating as an anticipatory mechanism for the simulation of possible scenarios, the game allows participants to think, feel, and act their way through strategies and solutions without the burden of connecting hypotheses to their lived realities and identities. I.e., you're not going to get cancelled for saying something when you're not playing as somebody else. And so we think of it as a dissonance engine, as a way to kind of brew up tensions in these hypothetical and counterfactual discursive environments that we find ourselves in operating the Zero Excellent. So the idea is the card game pops up conversation. And so here's the first jumping off point that I thought you and I, Max, could have a little riff on. And so, so the exhibition is about games and play. But those words, like, professors have got tenureship off the back of definitions of words like this. And so one of the points that we've discussed before about this card deck is we're not even sure if it's really a game. We're not sure if it depends, kind of depends on how you define these things, because in the process of playing this card game, which is kind of like a character-based discussion sequence, there are no points. Like, there's no kind of scoring that you're doing in a kind of quantitative or objective way, or even a subjective way. And there's also no victory condition. So the game just kind of ends when you decide it ends, or you run out of time, or you get bored, or everyone just gets distracted. So there's no winner, and there's no competitive aspect beyond the conversation itself. So I guess, like, a purist in terms of gaming might say that it's not a game. Right? It doesn't fulfill some of the criteria of a game.
Well, the other word for a purist in terms of gaming is a spoil sport, so fuck them. I think, if we invited like 10 people off the street to look at this, these cards we're looking at here from the game, from a previous version of the game than the one that will be in the gallery, I think 8 out of 10 people would say, and you said, like, what is this? 8 out of 10 of them would immediately say it's a game. One of them would say it's probably a new form of money, and one of them would probably say it had something to do with magic and divination. And that seems to be the sweet spot. Yeah. I'm not one of those purists. I sort of think that we kind of know a game when we see one, and most people do. So
where would you fit on this?
Oh my goodness!
Alignment chart we see on the screen here that's behind us.
I think it might be. I think it might be down there, definitely on the bottom row, maybe second or third column, somewhere between the second and third column.
Somewhere down here.
Yeah, and maybe it's maybe kind of like here, like and also there's somewhere in the tarot and Cards Against Humanity. It's down there for sure.
Lower, bottom right quadrant.
Bottom right quadrant, right. for sure.
Yeah, I say I'm also there. That's probably why we're friends. Yeah, and you'll see a bit more about like why we might be friends in a minute as we talk about the games that we've been working on.
Yeah.
But I just thought, like, let's there's a bit of text on the screen on the slide from Huizinga and Homo Ludens, which was like quite a seminal text about gaming. And just so there's this quote, like, play is free. Play is in fact freedom. Play is distinct from ordinary life, both as to locality and duration. Play is, creates, and demands order absolute and supreme. Play is connected with no material interest, and no profit can be gained from it. And games embody the spirit of play. The temporary suspension of the rules of life to make space for the intensities of experience, levity, rivalry, concentration, and joy.
I mean, I think the thing about Huizinga is I love reading Huizinga. I always gain something when I go back to that Homo Ludens book. But I think the reality, and I'm not the first person to say this, is that anyone who tries to theorize play is going to fail. It's a failed task because play dissolves all sorts of boundaries and all sorts of categorical boundaries. So I think Huizinga's right to attempt his theorization, but his theorization can't help but be wrong. And there's all of the categories that he presents here, we could problematize, and every game I think that I've ever played breaks some element.
Because play itself is a transgressive act.
I think play, yes, and I think play in some ways is a word that we use for transgression.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a word we use for transgression after the fact or before the fact, but yeah.
Yeah, this reminds me a bit of so our colleague, GVM, who's also got involved in some of the works in the exhibition. We were trading notes some time ago in a message board. And these are GVN's notes from the Homo Ludens. So these are kind of criteria, or like desiderata, let's say, that, the sandbox of play, it's a free place. It's separate, or it's like circumscribed within limits of fixed space and times, bounded. It's uncertain. So we're not like in some kind of like deterministic universe. There's a point to play. The TEOS is not encoded. It's unproductive. So maybe this gets to the transgressive part where we're saying that, because like theorizing about something is a kind of productive act. So perhaps the transgression is kind of encoded in there. It's governed by rules, and it's an act of the suspension of belief or make-believe or fantasy. Yeah.
They're useful distinctions, but I think as soon as one takes a playful approach to even these definitions, they begin to fall apart. Because the reality is, like many games that we play are kind of actually compulsory in some ways. I mean, many of the games that we first learned to play as children are, sure, they're voluntary, but in ways they're compulsory with older siblings or, bullies at school or something like that. Is it that separate from the other spaces and times? I actually think there's kind of an overlap. I think actually most games are rigged, whether we acknowledge it or not. Like,
are they games without play? Then they can games.
Maybe. I mean, I think games without play is just torture.
Bully is making you engage in a competition.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound that playful to me.
Yeah, it's like the game eclipses play, but somehow play is still there in the same way the sun's still there when the moon eclipses it. I think in a weird way.
Yeah.
Because otherwise there wouldn't be the alibi of saying it's a game.
Right.
But I think there are cruel games and there is violent play and So I don't mean to just be like endlessly deconstructive about everything, but one of the things I love about play, and Derrida also makes this point in this stuff about play, is like it just like dissolves everything. It's like a kind of like acid or something like that. Yeah.
All right. So we can always come back to these themes in a bit. I thought let's switch gears now and we'll walk through the evolution of the Faux Excellent card deck. So what we've ended up with for the exhibition is like a kind of a tarot deck, basically 78 card tarot deck. And we'll do so that they're going to be on display, and we're also going to be playtesting the game as well. But just to give you an idea of the origins of it, because it wasn't really that intentional project. So I was in the early days of the Zero Excellent, we had a little ritual where we'd make a meme, just a meme, out of the format of Magic the Gathering cards. And representing the topic of the discussion.
So it's sort of like a non-scarce collectible.
I mean, it was even just a JPEG, so it wasn't even there's no NFT or anything like that. Right. It's not printed.
Right.
Just literally just the image. We put that on the topic page on the small website. And then we got to the 5th topic, and we made a few more than one. And then after that, we were just making cards out of random wordplays and neologisms and little turns of phrases. As pop into one's mind from time to time. And so we made a deck of those. Like there's about 60 of those we made in 2020. The link is there actually, it's on Arena. If you look up Magic Gallery, you can find it. And then in the pandemic, I was stuck in quarantine, summer of 21. And among other things, I guess like some productive quarantine mental breakdown led to this game, the first edition of the concept of the game, the first edition of it, which definitely took a cue from the magic cards, both in structure and the game, in terms of function as well, mechanics, and also the aesthetics. We used a bit more of a Dungeons and Dragons type characteristics, or like attributes, let's say, scored attributes, like this confidence, bookishness, you can see in the middle row here, experience, resources, theory, and praxis, these the attributes of the characters in the game. And by analogy with magic, so magic, you've got creatures in the deck and they go on the table, you're beasts and you do battle with other players. In our game, the characters are emissaries for discourse, so they go into conversation with each other, where you're pulling the strings of those marionettes. That's what we're doing in the game. We're role-playing the topic that we choose of our own choosing through the eyes of the characters, and then different cards are modulating the sentiments or the filters, the worldviews that the characters have. So I can exemplify that a bit better in the second edition of the game that we made in 2021. So the top left card, you can see here, it's called Corpus Algorithmi. This X means it's an ideology card. So you would play that on top of a character to change the worldview of the character or to mutate it towards that of the ideology that's being embedded within it. So if you look at the character next to it, Deep Fake Chopra, that's a kind of new age mystic grifter. You would play the Corpus Algorithm, or let's do something more fun. Let's play Acid Communism card underneath, on top of Deep Fake Chopra.
Oh my God.
So then you have a new age mystic grifter that is a radical leftist, which I think it was quite a departure from where I imagined that person would have been before. So the idea is for you to role play or like to engage in the discussion through the lens of being a deepfake chopper, through the like Damascene moment that they've discovered acid communism in. And then just to give another couple of examples, on the left and the right of acid and communism are a card called Trust and a card called the Turing Shroud. So these are infrastructures. So Trust is a workspace. We're actually in Trust right now recording this.
Just got so meta.
Yeah. And the Turing Shroud, well, that is a piece of clothing that was found in the Dead Sea with Alan Turing's face on it, obviously. So those are buffs. Those are kind of enchantments to the creatures that improve their characteristics and improve their chances of like engaging in conversations and rebuttals, which is the crux of the game. So we made a third version of the game this year. We made a new generation of new set of generative art, this time with Midjourney. Last time we were using VQ, GAN, and Clip, Fusion. And we bulked out the cards. So we end up now with over 100 cards in this version of it, which is great because now we're at version 4, which is what you will see in the exhibition. And these are just I'm going to show you some works in progress. We don't have the cards in our hands yet, but they'll be real by the time you see this. So let's tell you about the process of making these cards. So until now, it was quite I made all these cards. I came up with the ideas, the texts, generated the images, home printed all these, card decks.
The puns. I mean, wow,
Yeah.
this guy.
And
Wow.
we played a lot of play testing over the years of Trust. And then thanks to the Seashore of Endless Worlds, gave us the reason to refinish and complete the game. And so just to say that there's the team that's been working on the game. Christopher Descartes has been working on he's done a great deal of the work on the production, design, the coordination, project management. Nick Copenhagen and Twee Whistler have been working also on the production and more on the graphics. Darius came up with a custom typeface set of glyphs for us, incredible font work. And many people in the community helped us play the game. And thanks again to FTW, Christian Billy and Samuel Wagen-Magnon for making this all a reality. So I just wanted to show you a bit more of the new card deck. And so it's the same in terms of the structure. So these are character cards. They have these attribute scores. And you would use these to determine your rates of success in different parts of the conversation process in the game. So it's a turn-based game, a bit like Magic the Gathering or something like that. So when one of these cards is in your hand, you put it on the table with the characters, then that's in play for you. It's one of your emissaries, one of your diplomats or whatever. And then when it's your turn, you have a chance to engage in discourse. So you would roll the dice, 6-sided dice, perhaps might be like this, and you would roll that, and the result of that, the outcome of that between 1 and 6, will determine which of the characteristics, confidence, bookishness, experience, resources, theory, and praxis, that you would be arguing on the basis of. And then if people want to interrupt you, once you start talking, you have 2 minutes on the clock. You can do whatever you want with that. Other people can start interrupting you. Whichever other characters are in play, they can also then roll the dice on the same characteristic that you're arguing on the basis of to interrupt you. They have their own scores to determine the rates of success or failure of that. So that at the base level is the kind of mechanic of the kind of character-on-character discourse. These are the ideology cards that we mentioned earlier. They've developed quite a bit now. I would draw your attention particularly to the token-gated paradise. It's a very familiar-looking figure on that card on how that happened. So the idea is that these ideologies are warping the minds of the characters. So the characters had some kind of, persona before that, but this thing has really taken root. You can think of it as a temporary mania or something like that. And so these are the more oracular kind of characters, cards. We call them like enchantments. So these are modulating the way we see the world. So we have a global topic. We choose a topic around the conversation at the start of the game between all the players. And then these cards are modulating the way we see the topic. So we have the ideology cards we showed you before are changing the views of the player, and the enchantment cards are changing the views of the topic. So we've got these multiple kind of contortions and distortions, which is why we sometimes call this game Twister for Discourse. Yeah, because you're really trying to contort the intellectual avenues and pathways that people are going through using the different mechanics. Just to say something about, I think one of the things that's unusual about the card deck and the scenarios that it facilitates, whether we call them games or not, it's up to you, is that the point of the card deck is not the ludic environment, the play that it instantiates. The point of the card game is to not get in the way of the conversation. So it kind of facilitates something and then tries to background itself. And that's a bit different to the normal way we think of a game, which is meant to occupy your attention. It's meant to create an immersive world that you stay within, for the suspension of disbelief, for the sandbox of play, if we call back to Homo ludens. Whereas in this, the ludic environment we're exploring is still meant to be immersive, but it's more scaffolded with the contributions we make through discourse, rather than through the mechanical scaffold of the game. As we develop the game, we keep finding ourselves resisting the temptations. The oldest temptation to game designers is to make things more sophisticated to satisfy their own desires for complexity and Rube Goldberg machines and better mousetraps. So we keep making the game simpler, as we've been going through, to get out of the way of the conversations. I think that's kind of an interesting kind of anti-pattern in game design. This seems unusual to me.
Yeah, I think so. Two observations about this game. I mean, the first is, I think, for those who are watching who've never been to a Zero X salon, I think I want to sort of set the stage for you, because I've been to maybe 2 or 3 now. Not certainly 13 or something that's been going on, but it is an incredibly fertile space of incredible minds coming together, and it's like you are both playing a ping pong game or a pinball game, and you are the pinball in the discourse. You go from people bringing up weird information about medieval cults to the finer nuances of computational methods to high theory to low theory to popular culture. And so over the span of maybe a 2-hour conversation, you really see that you have an amazing gathering of people who can go incredible places with their minds together. It's sort of a roller coaster. And it strikes me that the game is very much is for it. It emerged clearly within and for that audience. So it is a kind of it's a game native to that ecosystem, and it supplements the way that that ecosystem works, and allows it to then expand out from just the salon instances to 4 people playing at a table, 2 people playing at a table. It reminds me of something that I researched. I was doing some research many years ago on Pokemon cards. And when the designers of Pokemon cards set out to make them, they were really, really crafty, because they actually hired a bunch of anthropologists and others to study the way children already played.
This was in Japan?
In Japan. And then they were like, how do we make a toy, basically, that isn't just going to, like, steamroller over the way children play, but is actually going to insinuate itself within the way that they already build social worlds. And they also, so there was a really interesting set of thinking that went into making that incredibly successful product. There's something similar here, that it's like, how do you take the spirit of the salon, to risk using that word, and then make a prop to allow that spirit to revivify itself. The second thing I think is really interesting is that, like, I think the Zero X Salon, it has been, and Trust, where it's often taken place here, are spaces where you have a lot of incredibly smart experimental people. But I think most of us don't really know how to. It would be very rare that you'd find somebody who would, like, vociferously stake a position that they're gonna, like, their hill to die on. People tend to move between different things. There's a kind of ironic, post-ironic, like, vibe, which is very common in the worlds that we circulate in. And it's interesting that in the game, the objective of the game, or the character in the game, is that you actually get a character who has to defend a position in the way that almost none of us who are at the salon would. So it is a kind of like
they're all hill diers, aren't they?
They are, yeah. And in fact, that's the structure of the game. Is like you have.
I mean, you can move between hills, because the way we structure the ideology cards is that you basically get infected by that ideology for one discourse. It's like Corona.
Yeah. Right. But I mean, that's kind of interesting. I think that it gives us this experience of being far more committed, but in a certain way, in order to play the game well. And I don't mean to win, but to have this well-played game in the common sense. Like, you need to also. It's a game that is born of the meta, and it thrives on the meta, even though the actual role play itself is having this kind of doctrinaire character in some way, temporarily doctrinaire.
But of course, like, and we'll get to this in a minute, about the kind of performative nature of playing in games, is that, even though almost nobody that will have play tested the game so far is the sort of person that would die on a hill for a loosely held belief, it's still fun to perform.
Oh my God.
And put yourselves in the position of somebody that really believes in something, even if it's something extremely, like, improbable, sort of conglomeration of facts and circumstances.
But you know what they say, the only thing more fun than playing a zealot is being a zealot.
Right. So maybe it's dangerous. Maybe we should put health warning on the game.
Well, that is also, I mean, there's a long history of people designing games and then people getting caught in their own games.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe we're inside the game now.
Hashi.
Right. Let's talk about some of Max's pedagogical play work. So you've been working on a game which seems to be called Billionaires and Guillotines at the moment.
Yep.
And it's in the prototyping phase, I guess. We've played it a few times. Do you want to tell us about the game?
Sure.
Why you made it in the first place, and what you hope people to get from going through the process of playing it?
Well, the first thing I'll say about it is it's quite distinct from this game, because this game is a narrative game. So really, as you pointed out, the purpose of the game is it's an infinite game. It expands endlessly, potentially, and the objective of the game is to keep playing, is to expand, to get even more sort of gonzo and weird,
To colonize the territories of discourse, the imaginary territories of discourse.
And just to keep, Whereas I like to design much more finite games. I like to design games that are that look more like conventional games. So just because I find it is an interesting design challenge. I love playing this course of games and narrative games. But so Billionaires and Guillotines, in this game, you play up between 2 to 5 rival billionaires, and you're trying to accumulate things that billionaires like, including space toys, social media companies, luxury properties, mega yachts. and art treasures. And throughout the course of the game, as you compete to get these tokens and fill your token card to win, the world gets worse. As the billionaires accumulate wealth and compete with each other, things fall apart. And in the game,
I don't know what you're talking about, Max.
yeah, I know. In the game, this leads to the appearance of revolt cards, and then if too many revolt cards are drawn in a mechanism that may or may not have been stolen from Pandemic, there will be a revolution. And at one point in the game, there's a kind of crucial moment when the billionaires can choose to set aside their differences and cooperate in order to forestall the revolution.
You actually see on the screen.
Yes.
Panic card here.
The panic card that gets drawn. And in addition, the billionaires are playing different roles. So one of them is playing a gangster, one of them is playing a banker, one of them is playing an influencer. It was a very powerful card because you survive the revolution if you're an influencer, because you're spared by those you have influenced. And in general, it's a game that takes between 45 minutes and an hour. It's fun for the whole family. But it has a very different sort of pedagogical function, or no, maybe a similar pedagogical function, but a different pedagogical operation.
You know, the method of delivery or something.
Yeah, definitely. But it's fun, I'm glad to say.
And so, in a game like yours, and like a game like Billionaires and Guillotines, like the lessons which you learn from playing it, like they're a little bit more kind of encoded within the logics of the game.
Yes.
So you're playing as a billionaire.
Yeah.
Each of the participants in the game plays a different kind of billionaire archetype, and we're squabbling over meaningless trinkets like luxury properties and mega yachts, space toys, as the
world burns.
Yeah, planet crumbles. And from the viewpoint of a billionaire, these are just like minor inconveniences on the way to you collecting the things that you want. I remember, which cartoon was it? Maybe it was Family Guy. Like Peter Griffin meets Bill Gates. I think it was Family Guy. And they're up in a helicopter, and Peter Griffin says to Bill Gates, "Oh, from up here, all the people look like ants." And then Bill Gates just looks at him dead eyes and says, "They are ants." I've kind of got that feeling playing the game.
Yeah.
That, like, you know, the lives of normal people, mortals, you know, plebs, is utterly inconsequential. And you just have to make sure that they don't chop your heads off.
Yeah.
So it's a very, like, everything's normal, everything's normal. We got guillotined.
Yeah, it's a play the enemy game. So I'm trying to teach the players something by getting them to play. I mean, unless you're a billionaire, in which case, congratulations. Also, watch out. These are the enemies, and so we're trying to understand their strategy and their worldview. And I try and do that in the game in a couple of ways. The first I take the language from Ian Bogost of procedural rhetoric, by which he means like a game can teach you something even if you strip out all the discourse and all the images. So, you know, the classic example is Monopoly. If you strip out all of the discourse, all of the images, all of the money, and you just look at what the operations of the game, you go round and round on a board endlessly in a war of attrition of all against all that is based on accumulation and zero-sum economics. And that teaches a 4-year-old or a 6-year-old or however young people are when they start playing Monopoly, all the lessons they need to learn. All the stuff about kind of like 1930s aesthetics or community chest and money bags and all of that, that's just icing on the cake. That just confirms the rhetoric that's already there within the rules. So I'm really interested in working with procedural rhetoric in that way. And I'm also very interested in working with emotions. So in Billionaires and Guillotines, that I try and bring the players in the course of those 45 minutes of the play through a series of emotions. You begin with this kind of elation, like, hey, I'm rich, I can get this stuff really easily, I'm accumulating, I'm making money.
It starts easy. Yeah. Like the first few assets come easily to you. So
Yeah.
you get some, like, you got a little objectives card with 5 different asset types on it.
Yeah.
You're trying to collect all these 5 and then you win.
Yeah.
And so the first few come easy.
They come easy,
Yeah.
You're feeling on top of the world, and you feel like, hey, I can live and let live. You know, like, Wasim, you want the mega yacht? I want the space toy? No problem. Then, of course, things start getting scarce, and the revolt token gets higher, and things start getting frustrating because the things you need are not forthcoming. So I'm trying to play again with frustration. And then comes this kind of explosive moment at the climax of the game, because I've been trained as a literary scholar, so I'm interested in narrative structures. At the climax of the game, you get this moment where you have to choose either to cooperate or to compete. And spoiler alert, the vast majority of the time. But that point in the game, and this is the third element I try and work with, the kind of role playing, the thing that the game invites you into through the role playing, makes you make a decision that you might not have made if you just sat down with your friends to play it. There's a kind of like,
some Milgram experiment shit is going on.
Well, don't tell that to the research ethics board at Lakehead University, for sure.
Talking about Stephen Milgram, the unremarkable agricultural researcher.
Brother.
Moving on. So, like, this was the first version of the game. It's also nice to see like how these games evolve as we go through the prototyping phases. We showed you the 4 evolutions of Faux Excellon, and so I know that you've been working on. This is like from a recent playtest of the game, so you can see kind of how it's laid out. And I know that you've been working on like some updates. You're getting closer to making this happen.
Yeah, we're hoping to do a crowdfunding campaign early in 2024, have it ready for the Christmas market so everyone can take it home and play Christmas Billionaires and Guillotines with your family. I know that's what you're looking for. This is an early design palette from Amanda Preeb, who works with us. I direct an outfit called the Reimagining Value Action Lab that's producing the game, and Amanda works with us extensively on lots of our different design things. So this was a kind of design palette that took inspiration from a kind of like Nightmare, Ayn Rand, Bioshock vibes, thinking about billionaires. But I think we're already moved on to different aesthetics. But sometimes we need to create the aesthetic in order to take the next step. And what I like about, and I think this is a good example of this in this game as well, is that in making games, there's a wonderful cross-pollination between thinking about mechanics and rules, thinking about aesthetics, thinking about narratives. I find it very, very satisfying. It's a form of creation.
It's very rich.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, both in this kind of like whatever material form of paper and tokens and board games, but also in the kind of digital form of like computer games. It seems like you can get really close to the notion of a Gesamtkunstwerk here. You can throw everything into these kinds of environments that you create.
Yeah. And the other thing that I love about games and game designers and artwork is your craft has to include structuring the agency of the player. And that is, that sometimes happens in participatory artwork in certain ways and other forms of artwork, but it is really a beautiful thing to think through. Because if you give too much agency, things fall apart. If you give too much structure, it's boring. It's a very, very interesting dialectic tension.
Yeah, and we've all played games. Well, many of us, I'm sure, have played games where we might have felt that there was too many rules, it was too constraining, it was too complicated, it was too off-putting. Or sometimes you figure the game out so quickly that there's no challenge left there. Mm-hmm. So there's this kind of sweet spot in game design, depending on who you're designing the game for. That's another thing as well. So we're in Germany, which like turns out is the world capital of board games. I didn't know till actually you told me about it. You told me something crazy like 75% of all the board games in the world are sold here or something like that.
Something like that. I mean, statistics
the majority
are wild.
of board games in the world are all in Germany
somehow.
And because of that, there's probably there's quite a big community of game designers. And the thing about game designers, I work with blockchain technology, and I actually see blockchain developers and game designers as like very much kindred spirits. They just love to make complicated things to satisfy their own curiosities and amuse themselves. Not that they're necessarily be playable or useful. They're like, it's Rube Goldberg machines.
Yeah. I mean, there's a nice distinction between what is a game and what's a simulation. And a simulation, when you want to simulate something, then you want it to have a kind of mimetic quality that mirrors some sort of problem or complexity in the world. It unnecessarily simplifies it, and I think a game is fun.
Right. But would you say the simulation is still play, though?
Yeah, I think it is.
All right.
It might not be fun, but it's still play. Yeah.
So like a war game or something, it is essentially still like role play, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Right.
And there's a reason why I think even very complex war games are very popular.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I generally think I talk about this with my friend Fanwell Antwi, who's an author in our publishing series. who is a very good friend of mine and really respects the work I do, but hates games. And in a way, there's I think what it leads me to think is that there are some people who are into games because they really love the idea that the world could have rules. And there's some people who are into games because we're anarchists in spirit and we just want, like, we want reality to break. And I think that
people can arrive at the game from different constellations and meet in the sandbox of the game.
People can do that in a good game.
In a good game,
yeah.
Okay.
But many games people can't.
Can't bring them.
You can't bring those two groups together,
right.
because you get a game that's either way rule heavy, and it, like the people like me who just want to break rules and figure out how to break things, they're going to be dissatisfied. Or you have games that are way too sort of open and unstructured, and then the people who really like rules are like, I cannot figure out what I'm supposed to do.
Right. So there's like another kind of tension or balancing point in terms of complexity and like taste.
Yeah, so it's like, what type of traumatized child are you?
DSM manual. I just thought, like, we've got a few minutes left. I thought we would get to some other points that we discussed with Christian and Samuel from the Seashore of Endless Worlds. And there was this, maybe just bring up the images, very important. On the left, the games of money. Yeah, excuse us. Yeah, we very much enjoyed coming up with the cursed chair earlier today. Also very much appreciated Midjourney's rendition of the cursed chair, which is what you see there. But on the left, we've got this question, which I thought we could riff on for a few minutes, which is so we're talking about games and money in an anthropological context. So in the age of prompting, let's elaborate on relations between games and money as ambivalent anthropological objects, processes, as in games versus play that we discussed earlier. We talk about the different forms of speculation. And then there's this wordplay from the French, entrain, so play, which is entertains and recursively trains games into other games, so meta games, in infinite games. I just thought I'd also close with this idea of Turing completeness, which is to do with computation. And at the bottom, there's a screenshot of a paper which says Magic the Gathering, the card game, which our card game is based on. You can create a Turing complete programming language inside the card game. It's absolutely insane, but it's for real. That paper exists. You should all go read it. Wow. So you can build programming languages inside a card game, not a computer game, card game, that can kind of operate in a kind of procedural way. So yeah, like, I don't want to go too much into that rabbit hole because it's completely insane. Yeah. Let's think about like games and money. And this idea of like, you know, we've been using, and so actually let's riff on the title of the exhibition is The Seashore of Endless Worlds. And when I used to give lectures about commodities as money, one of the things that always interested me was that things like seashells would have been a commodity money in an inland community because they would have been rare. So, you know, we use abstract notions of value, like tokens of representation, as, you know, substitutes for monies, as commodities. But the question is, like, I guess, like, when we have these kind of commodities that are these collectible objects, like, are we then playing games? Is that like our monetary systems, are they becoming games themselves?
Yeah. I mean, I guess I have two thoughts about that. And one of them is I'm just going to channel the spirit of the dearly departed David Graeber and say that maybe gambling came before money. And that, in fact, maybe we as a species invented money so we could gamble more effectively in a funny way. Yeah, and I think there's actually some anthropological evidence to support that, but we have to defer to our ghost anthropologist friend. And the second thing I would say is, I think that's true. I think there is a way that, of course, like in a highly financialized economy like ours, that's also super digitalized, we've seen this trend towards gamification and the application of like game-like procedures and rhetorics and approaches to all sorts of different things, including to money. You know, I'm writing and reading a lot right now about the whole GameStop thing, which, you know, the name itself reveals this interesting dynamic where people started playing a game against the rules of the global economy, like a game within a game. There was a game even within that, because that whole system with the Robinhood trading app and everything else was also gamed. So you begin to see these kind of strange nested games that start to play out in this economy as all sorts of financialized subjects begin to do this. But the one thing I would say about that, relative to the shells, is I also did some research some years ago about wampum beads, which were the type of shells that were traded before Europeans arrived in the east coast of North America. It was super interesting. You're exactly right that like it became very, very valuable inland as a commodity and as a spiritual commodity as well. But when the Europeans arrived, one of the first things the British and Dutch did is they started counterfeiting it and manufacturing and flooding the market. So in a way, as the moment that wampum went from being this complex anthropological object with many different uses and potentials, the moment it became money was the moment of colonial violence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think something very similar happened with glass beads made in African deserts, and also European visitors being like, "Oh, that's your money. We'll be right back."
Yeah.
And like some people believe that's how slavery started.
Right.
Also, like corruptions of the local economies.
Yes. There's a similar story in West Africa also about cowrie shells and how those also became this money and currency of the slave trade as well.
Right.
Yeah. So maybe money is a colonial Eurocentric virus. You heard it here first.
We're actually running heavily out of time. But I just thought I'd put up some more of these things to question and ponder, like for you guys to enjoy. We haven't really got time to speak about them, but I'll just put them up and just like I'll leave you with the last point, which is don't hate the player, hate the game. Think about the dimensions or the implications or the possibilities of performance and agency and role shifting as we engage in like ludic and pedagogical experiments. Well, that's my time. So the game is over. 45 minutes is up. So thanks very much for listening. I'm Wasim Al-Sendi. This is Max Haven.
Hello.
And we'll say see you later.
Ciao.